Um, well, good afternoon or good morning, everyone, depending on where you are. This is Greg Link with the Administration for Community Living. I'm the Director of the Office of Supportive and Caregiver Services. And I'm pleased to welcome both our council members, speakers, as well as those folks in the general public who are tuning in to watch this meeting. This is the fourth meeting of the Family Caregiving Advisory Council since its establishment last August. And we have a very robust agenda today that's going to help continue to move us forward in the efforts that we're making around the development of the initial report to Congress, as well as continuing to think about the national caregiving strategy that will be coming out after that report. Before we jump into the roll call, though, I just want to do a couple of quick housekeeping items for everyone. So please be sure that for the council members that when you are speaking that both your video and your mic is on when you're speaking, and mute your lines when you're not. That way we can eliminate some background noise and feedback. The chat function is available for members of the public to provide input. And so we do see that, the rolling chat. And so you're welcome to share your ideas and your thoughts throughout the meeting. But for the council members, the meeting is being recorded. So please do not use the chat function when you're providing input. If there's things that you want to say, then please use the microphone to say them. And we are going to be conducting one, maybe two polls during the course of the next 4 hours. These polls are for the council members only. So members of the public, please don't vote on these on the polls when we do push them out. And for those of you who wish to view the closed captioning, please click the CC box that's at the bottom of the Zoom screen. And that will enable you to view the live closed captioning that we are doing. So before I go through the agenda and provide some brief ACL updates, I want to turn it over to Lance Robertson, our Administrator and Assistant Secretary for Aging, to hear from Lance. And so Lance, I'm going to let you take it away.
All right. Hey, thanks, Greg. And hello to the Family Caregiving Advisory Council. Thank you so much for your time. I'm pleased to convene and call this meeting to order. This is actually our fourth meeting of the Advisory Council, and hard to believe how fast a year goes by. I was thinking that this time last year, we were in the midst of planning the first convening and sort of getting things underway, and really just so grateful to see how much we have been able to accomplish and the progress we have made to date, and particularly given the pandemic and just knowing how that would certainly impact many of us and both personally and professionally, and very well could have slowed down this effort, but honestly it hasn't. And I think that's a real testament of commitment to progress despite the unique season that we're all in. So again, thank you. I really appreciate it. So really, in reflecting and preparing for today's meeting, and really for me, earlier in the week, as I was just chewing through some thoughts really of our work and what we do, it's not surprising that it just really reinforced for me the commitment that we have across all ACO programs in helping family caregivers. So of course for us, even despite the pandemic, that certainly hasn't caused any shift in mission or a lack of focus on what we know to be very important. And as all of you know, here at ACO, we're very honored to be doing a lot of core work for family caregivers, things that directly impact those caregivers. But really, though, for me, it was a bit of just a reminder, not necessarily an epiphany, but just a reminder that almost every conversation we're involved in, though, in some way, in some cases directly, but in so many cases indirectly, does impact the family caregiver. And that also includes efforts that are going on during COVID. So as some quick examples, we're really involved here at ACL in trying to address and combat social isolation, which we know has all been a real issue during COVID. But candidly, we have older adults who are socially isolated outside of a pandemic, and really our commitment at ACL has been, how do we address that? Naturally, that's something that impacts caregivers. If they can sleep better at night knowing that their loved one is not being socially isolated, has access to services able to really plug in and have a meaningful connection to their surroundings, there's real value there. We also, of course, are very involved in the CMS coronavirus on safety and quality in nursing homes. And that goes without saying. You've got so many caregivers out there, family caregivers, who aren't actually caring for their loved one in the community, but that loved one is, of course, in a current state of being cared for in a nursing facility. And here at ACL, even though, as you can tell by our name and certainly our mission, our focus is on the 95% of older adults who live in the community versus in an institution. Nonetheless, we still want to make sure that we're appreciating the impact that that has on family caregivers as the commission has those conversations around COVID response. We also at ACL are the champions, really, I would say, of the social determinants of health conversation over the last 18 to 24 months, really helping the agency and honestly the federal government appreciate, where is that connection between healthcare and what we can offer on the human service side. And so often I think those social determinants really make the difference in the lives of countless Americans every day. And yet within federal conversations, we're really trying to amplify that value and say, hey, let's put more energy on the front end and help people through that lower cost, highly preferred social determinants route versus just presuming that things should be unaddressed until acute care needs are magnified. So, for us, again, that impacts family caregivers. And then finally, we're on the disability side, we're the champions of a multi-agency task force on increasing employment for people with disabilities. And again, just one more touch point to family caregivers. I can't imagine there's not a family caregiver who is not equally pleased and excited and hopeful that the work that we're doing to increase employment opportunities for people with disabilities certainly directly impacts their loved one, but certainly how they feel too relative to that person's care and trajectory in life. So again, I could go on and on, just a handful of examples there about things beyond the core work that we do, but I'll just admit, and again, thinking it through earlier this week, so much of what we do ties directly to caregivers, which also really, I think, supports the work that that this council is doing. Certainly, you won't address nearly the waterfront of all these different issues, but I think it just, again, is good for all of you to know as we start this fourth meeting that the level of support for caregivers, I think, has never been larger than it is now. The timeliness of our conversations couldn't be better. So, at ACL, obviously, over the last quarter plus, we've been very involved in all the COVID work. And for those of you that are interested in more specifics about that, I would encourage you to look at our May 1st blog where we sort of break that down. Also, our website gives you reference to that. In the upper left corner, there's a COVID-19 response piece. And then, of course, we've been directly involved at ACL in being that champion and advocate for older adults and people with disabilities as they work through the impact of the pandemic. And certainly the cohorts that we're responsible for, older adults and people with disabilities, so enormously impacted in a direct way by the pandemic, whether again it's through contraction or just ultimately quarantining and so many other things that impact our daily lives. So again, ACL, I'm proud to say, is very much at the table for all of those critical conversations, particularly with COVID, but then outside of COVID as well. So I think that's important for all of you to know as you champion and walk alongside us in that work. So I know that all of you, of course, have been working steadily since our last group meeting in May. I know that meeting, as Greg pointed out, was particularly informative and productive. I know that the team here at ACL and also NASHP came away with a great number of tasks and follow-up items that we're working on. And we're going to be seeing, I think, the outcomes of that work. And much of the meeting that we're going to have today, I think, is going to consist of us asking you for your feedback and input on a number of critical issues to continue to advance the conversation. Greg and his team, of course, not surprisingly, have done just such a great job of updating me, and I'm so grateful for that. They're proud of the work that you're doing. They're proud of the collective effort that's underway. And again, I think that we are certainly at a critical juncture, as we have often found ourselves to be, but I do think that this July meeting is going to be that springboard to just further accelerate the work that we're doing. And of course, that involves, as you'll note from today's agenda, a number of wonderful conversations that I'm looking forward to, and I hope you are as well. When you take a look at the agenda, some focus, of course, in this conversation around Medicare, grateful and looking forward to the remarks made by Judith and David. And then, of course, Medicaid, big provider of support, as all of us know, for community-based services, and then certainly things that impact caregivers. And I'm really glad that my friend B. Richter is going to join us there. B and I have been friends for a long time. She's fabulous, doing great work out there in the state of Washington. So I'm anxious to hear from B as well. We all know that we received, and hopefully you've reviewed, because Greg said it was our homework assignment, and I always obey Greg when it comes to homework assignments. Our homework assignment was to review that initial report to Congress, and we're going to have a conversation about that today. So again, that's going to be critical, I think, as we talk through that outline and what we want that report to look like. I think we're going to have, again, a detailed discussion about that later today. So hope you've had a chance to review it, and certainly we're anxious for your input. I think that it has a good logical flow. And again, that's going to be important for any report. Like so many of the reports to Congress that we generate here at ACL and across the federal government, I really hope it's read. I hope that our friends on the Hill actually pick it up with excitement and read through the product that we're all producing. I also want to say a quick thanks to our federal partners on the council. Again, we have a number, as you know, of colleagues across HHS and beyond who are part of this conversation. I'm so grateful for the work that they do, and it's an honor to work with them. But I know specifically, I just want to thank them because last month I reached out and asked them to help us gather information on another critical section of the report, and that's the inventory. We are obligated to sort of produce an inventory of what federal programming looks like, and I'm grateful to say that we've heard back from every single one of you, so thank you. Many have sent their information in or have indicated they're sort of finalizing it as we speak, so it's great. It's great to know that the inventory piece of this is just about locked in. And of course, this information is going to also be such an important part of the report. We're going to be able to provide what that comprehensive picture looks like, and then of course that helps us as federal government determine, hey, where are those gaps? Where does it connect to the report? Where are those needs? Of course, I think all parts of the initial report are going to be so very important. Obviously, the recommendations section will be critical. And certainly as we determine what those will look like, most specifically, it's going to be interesting to see kind of how all that lands. So really looking forward to that piece. And also I think for a guy that's been involved in this for a long time, like so many of you, I'm anxious to see within the report and then in ways where we can maybe drive a new conversation around impact. Because I know as often as we're talking with Congress and other leaders, even within HHS and the federal government, I don't think there's a person out there I've spoken to who doesn't appreciate the role of the family caregiver. What I often walk away wondering is, do they truly understand the impact? And if our family caregiver network were to go away tomorrow, so many of the key folks in leadership positions, I'm just not convinced would really understand what that would mean to the care system in America. So I know we have data and we've often framed it, I think, in very positive and clear ways, but maybe this is another opportunity for us to sort of reinvent the message around impact. How in the world can we fully appreciate what these family caregivers bring to bear each and every day? So again, all the other sections, the summary of the act, the challenges and impact, the federal programs, the inventory and the recommendations, all of that, like I said, for my review, I think we're at a good place to initiate that conversation. It's got a good logical flow. And I really want to thank Laurel Trailer, as probably most of you know. She's the one that put a lot of hard work into at least crafting that up. And, so often, at least in my experience, once somebody can create something for us to chew on and work with, that's when things sort of accelerate. So again, Laurel, thank you so much. So again, I want to thank all of you for all that you do. First of all, for just giving generously of your time. I mean, that's your most prized resource. So thank you for your time, the talents that you offer to this council. So impressed with the commitment, the intellect, the passion that I've seen with these conversations. And I know that together, we're all going to make a difference for family caregivers, for grandparents and other relatives. And again, just so grateful for the time that we get to spend this afternoon. And I thank you for it. So Greg, with that, I'm going to turn it back to you, sir.
Great. Thank you so much, Lance. It's always great to hear from you and to hear your perspectives on the work that we're doing. Before I jump into the few ACL updates that we have, and I wanted to just turn to Cheryl to do a roll call for our council members, just to see who we have on. So Cheryl, can I turn it over to you for a quick roll call?
Sure, thank you. And we'll start with our chair and co-chairs. And we know that Administrator Robertson is on. We just heard from him. But if you'd like to say present, that's fine.
I will say present.
Thank you. The co-chairs, Casey Shillum,
Present.
Alan Stevens,
Present.
Nancy Murray.
Here.
Thank you. And then we'll move to our non-federal members, Ben Bledsoe.
Here. Present.
Thank you. Joe Caldwell.
Present.
Diane Caradu will not be able to attend today. James Cheeley. Gisela Dolan. Brenda Gallant.
Here.
Thank you. Catherine Georges.
Here.
Thank you. Rhonda Montgomery.
Here.
James Murtha.
Here.
Deborah Stone Walls.
Aloha.
Aloha. Teresa Tanus.
Here.
Carol Zernial.
Here.
Okay, and moving to our federal members, Elizabeth Darling, or alternate Liliana Hernandez. Linda Davis.
Here.
Bruce Fink.
Here.
Melissa Gerald.
I'm here.
Melissa Harris.
Hi, I'm here.
Helen Lamont, or alternate Emma Nye. Tamara Mays. Lisa McGuire.
Here.
Jan Newsom.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Katie O'Callahan, or alternate Diane Mitchell. Hector Ortiz. Rosemary Payne.
Here.
Mark Vafiades.
Yes, I am here.
Joan Weiss. Thank you. Are there any council members that I did not call? Okay, I'll hand it back over to you, Greg.
Great. Thank you so much, Cheryl. It is really good to see everyone again, and I echo Lance's thanks and appreciation for everyone being able to be here. We have a fairly packed agenda, as has become custom with these meetings. Two of the sessions are really going to be are geared towards helping us develop content for the report. As you all know, the initial report to Congress is to include a discussion of the impact of family caregiving on Medicare and Medicaid programs, as well as other programs. And so we have our first two presentations today are going to cover those topics. And for the Medicare piece of our agenda today, you all have received an article that was written by the Center for Medicare Advocacy. They're going to be going through that report and then engaging in a discussion with you all. We have some very targeted and focused questions for you. And then the same thing with Medicaid and state programs. We're going to be hearing from Washington State. After we take a break, we're going to then hear from Pam Nadash and Eileen Tell, who have already convened a series of 4 listening sessions that build on the request for information analysis that we presented to you all in May. They're going to be talking about what has come out of those listening sessions. I don't know if any members of the council, how many of you were able to tune into them live to the focus groups or even to listen to the recordings, but they were compelling. I was able to sit in on 2 of them, and they were really just incredible 1-hour periods of time where we could hear the real firsthand experiences of family caregivers and delve into some real depth as far as their experiences and their recommendations and ideas. And so I'm very anxious to hear what their feedback is so far and what their plans are for the next round of focus groups and listening sessions. And then we're going to spend a little bit of time digging into the draft outline for the initial report to Congress. Sarah Markel on my team has done such an amazing job of pulling this outline together. And so she is going to walk us through where we are. And hopefully you all have had a chance to sit with it for a little bit, identify some potential gaps in it or things that may need to be rearranged or beefed up. And so we're going to go into some depth with that. And then we'll wrap up our day as we usually do. We have some thoughts already on the on our what we do for the month of August, and we're going to poll the group later on about the possibility of being able to convene you as a group again for one afternoon in August to delve into employment issues and also some connections with the work of the National Alzheimer's Project Act work. We need to make these efforts sync up and talk to one another. And we feel the best way to do that is to bring you all together, but we also want to use that time to break you into your subcommittees and workshop some recommendations. The driver diagram that we have been working on for the past several months has now taken shape, and thanks to your hard work and fabulous input, has now led us to the point where we have a draft set of recommendations that we want to begin workshopping with you to fine tune them, build them out, and begin to really make the recommendations meaningful, and they will ultimately become part of the report. So we're going to be talking about later on meeting in August, either the 11th, 12th, or 13th. So maybe between now and 4:15 this afternoon, if you can look at your calendars and see what you think. We'll poll the group and see what works. We've been up to a great deal, the ACL and NASHP teams, since we met in May. As Lance indicated, our federal partners have been amazing in terms of getting their information back to us for the inventory. Laurel is now taking all of that inventory, the information that was gathered, and is beginning to craft it into narratives that will describe each of the agency's efforts and work on support of family caregivers. Laurel may be reaching back to you to get some clarification for anything that she's, may have questions about as she's doing her writing. And we will work very closely with each of our federal partners on their agency's description, but that work is ongoing and it's shaping up very, very nicely. Wendy, I want to just see if you guys have any updates from the NASHP side of our efforts.
Oh, thank you so much, Greg. I think you covered everything. We just want to thank everyone for your hard work, and we're so excited about this meeting today and the fantastic speakers. So thank you all for all your hard work.
Okay, so we are going to go ahead. Any questions from anybody on the council? Any questions, thoughts, suggestions before we move into our first presentation? Hearing none. Okay, well, as you all know, the report to Congress is to include a discussion of the impact of caregiving on Medicare and Medicaid programs. And so we're going to hear from Judith Stein and David Lipschitz from the Center for Medicare Advocacy. Thanks to support from the John A. Hartford Foundation, Judith and David prepared an issue brief on caregiving and Medicare. And they're going to spend some time going through the report and then having a discussion with you all about where we can think of possible recommendations and ideas around the Medicare program and how we can, how it could possibly grow and evolve to be more supportive of family caregivers. And so without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Judith and David for their presentation.
Thank you very much, Greg. Can we advance the slide? This is Judy Stein. I am the founder and executive director of the Center for Medicare Advocacy. David is the associate director and policy director from Washington, D.C., where he's usually also managing our Washington, D.C. office. We're both, of course, speaking to you today from our remote/home offices. Next slide, please. So I want to just tell you a little background about the Center for Medicare Advocacy. We're a national nonprofit law organization founded in 1986 that works to advance access to comprehensive, fair access to Medicare and quality health care. We're based in Washington, D.C. and Connecticut. We have a kind of a lab in Connecticut where we provide free legal assistance to all people who qualify for Medicare in Connecticut and their families. And about 60% of the 7,000 emails and telephone calls we get every year come from Connecticut. The other 40% come from all over the country. And we have attorneys also in California, Massachusetts, and New Jersey. We are a law organization. Our main component of our staff is made up of attorneys and advocates, along with communication and technical experts, without which we would be pretty much useless. I focus on that because I want you to know that the paper and comments we'll be making are based in fact, and we purposely heavily cited the material and information in the issue brief, which I hope you both did Greg's homework assignment and also read this issue brief. We will be tracking it quite closely with the flow of this presentation. All our systemic change work, which we do in addition to direct individual assistance, is based on the problems and successes of the people we hear from every day and have represented for almost 35 years. Our expertise is in Medicare coverage and appeals, and we've been, as I said, doing this work, both of us, for decades. I want to make certain to thank the John A. Hartford Foundation, which, after a conversation with Greg and Wendy and a few others months ago, gave us the opportunity and supported our writing the issue brief, which again I hope you have before you. Next slide, please. These are the issue discussion questions that we know Greg had in mind and that we're thinking about as we give this presentation. And in addition, we're going to highlight some of the things that we find people do not know about Medicare in general and the home health benefit in particular, which is so key to helping beneficiaries and caregivers. And let me say that you will, again, as a summary, that to help family caregivers and informal caregivers, we need to help beneficiaries. By beneficiaries, I mean the people who rely on Medicare significantly, mostly to access the health care that they need. Next slide, please. So as a snapshot of the Medicare program, Medicare is an insurance program. As a consequence, it covers, like all insurance, provides coverage for some services, and some of the time it has qualifying criteria. It was enacted in 1965, and the coverage has changed over time. There was no coverage for people under 65 when Medicare was first enacted in 1965, and it was added in 1972. And now about 15 to 18% of the Medicare population is under 65, qualifies because they have significant disabilities. They are often forgotten as people who rely on Medicare to access health care. There is significant cost sharing for for Medicare. Most people don't have to pay Part A premiums if they've worked and accrued sufficient numbers of Social Security credits, but there is a Part B premium for all. There are deductibles, cost sharing required of all beneficiaries to different extents. And beneficiaries these days make up 62 million plus people around nationwide, ages 65 and under, for those with significant disabilities who have received Social Security disability benefits for essentially 24 months. The Medicare population, another thing that I want to remind folks, is not rich. Half of all Medicare beneficiaries live on annual incomes less than $29,650 a year. Most of this data regarding demographics comes from the Kaiser Family Foundation, for which we're ever grateful. 25% of the population has incomes below $17,000. 10% of these people have no savings whatsoever, and a full half have savings less than $73,800. That means that people mostly cannot afford not only ongoing home care, but certainly nursing home care, which the average cost of a day rate in a skilled nursing facility is $300 or more, depending on the state and location. Beneficiaries of advanced age, that is people 85 and older, and younger beneficiaries, those folks I mentioned with disabilities, have yet lower incomes, as we addressed in the paper. And of course, people fortunately are aging with their disabilities and chronic conditions and living longer. And we need to really keep them in mind. In fact, many of the caregivers, family caregivers we're thinking about, are themselves Medicare beneficiaries. Now, when we first had an introductory call with, when the John A. Hartford Foundation asked me to speak with members of this council, I summed up what I could say about Medicare and family caregivers, and I said it could be done in a sentence or in numerous pages. We went for the numerous page option in the end, but it is also possible to say simply this: Medicare does not provide coverage for family caregivers. In fact, Medicare does not provide coverage for home health aides. And by that, it's very important to know, I refer to people who provide hands-on personal care, feeding, bathing, dressing, shifting in bed, bathing, as I said. And unless people get nursing or therapy, as I'll discuss, and homemaker services and companion services are not provided independently for coverage for Medicare. Next slide, please. So what is provided under Medicare coverage? Well, again, I hope you will see that everything I'm and David going to say is cited and supported by data and/or law. The individual must be homebound in order to receive any Medicare home health coverage. By homebound, we don't mean bedbound. They can, people can leave home, certainly for medical appointments, which might include therapy, to attend adult daycare, and to attend religious services and the social occasions that might occur thereafter. Under normal circumstances, those things happen and are allowed, as are infrequent visits with family and friends. Now, a very important thing to note, as I indicated earlier, is that home health aides, which I'm going to talk a lot about, are not covered at all unless person is homebound, has a doctor's order for the care, is receiving the care from a Medicare certified home health agency, and receives a skilled service. That means nursing or physical or speech language pathology, sometimes referred to shorthand as speech therapy, or to continue services, occupational therapy. If the person is meeting those threshold criteria, they can then receive up to, under the law, up to 28 to 35 hours of home health aid combined with nursing or independently with therapy, one of the therapies. So a person could theoretically have a home health aide coming in for a few hours in the morning, helping them and if they have a caregiver in the home, get ready for the day, get up, get washed, get in if they're able to out of bed, and do the reverse again in the evening. Unfortunately, this is not happening in practice. Another thing that is very little known is that there is no duration of time limitation for the home health benefit. In fact, as I noted in a box on page 4 in the issue brief, the federal regulations specifically say, as does the Medicare CMS policy manual, that so long as the qualifying criteria are met, which I just went through, coverage for home care can continue for an unlimited number of visits by the home health aide and the skilled providers, quote, to the extent that all coverage requirements are met. Payment may be made on behalf of eligible beneficiaries for an unlimited number of covered visits. That's not known. Medicare is often, a home health benefit is often referred to as a short-term acute care benefit. And that's not true. In fact, as you can find on the CMS website, cms.gov, if you put in JIMO, J-I-M-M-O, which is a lawsuit we brought on behalf of organizations and individuals who have long-term or chronic conditions, quote, coverage is available for people with acute and chronic conditions, both, for skilled care to maintain or slow decline, and even if the services are expected to extend over a long period of time. That's at endnote 11 in the paper. And you can find that in as part of a special message about JIMO, which is on the cms.gov website. It's a lawsuit, national class action lawsuit that we settled along with CMS. This is the law. I want to just make one more point about this, and that is that in 1980, Congress consciously decided to do two very important things. One, it rescinded a prior hospital or nursing home stay requirement in order to receive home health care under Medicare. And two, it repealed the 100 visit limitation and made it what I just described as unending, so long as the qualifying criteria, which I've summarized, are met. Another point that is very important for family caregivers is that coverage is to be provided for home health aides and skilled care without regard to the presence of a family caregiver. We often hear of people who have been told that an agency cannot provide and will not provide the care because Medicare won't cover it, because a family caregiver will not provide the care. There are instances you can imagine where very personal, intimate care is needed, and the patient may not want to receive that care from son, daughter, cousin, a neighbor. That does not mean that Medicare will not cover those services being provided by a home health aide or a skilled person if they're skilled services. And sometimes the services like cleaning a feeding tube are something that are beyond the comfort level and skill of a family caregiver. We have also heard from folks who in fact do not have a caregiver at home. They get a denial that it says a caregiver could provide these services when there isn't a caregiver. And we have heard from people who cannot get services because they are told it's unsafe for the home health agency to provide them when there is no caregiver at home. That is a real conundrum since, of course, it is only more dangerous for a person to be home without a caregiver, with no one skilled or a home health aide checking in on them. Next slide, please. Now, the Medicare benefit can be robust, as I've just described, for people who qualify. It can help both the patient, the beneficiary, and the family caregiver. Because I want to say that it's my experience that the best assistance we can give to a family or other informal caregiver is to help with providing assistance from others, skilled people, professionals, direct care workers who do this work, both because it provides respite, it provides teaching, it provides confidence, and it provides safety and well-being for the patient, him or herself. But often those who qualify for this coverage, as I just described, are unable to obtain the coverage and therefore the care, because most people who are in this age cohort, age 65 and older or significantly disability in order to and qualify for Social Security disability benefits, rely on Medicare and shouldn't, as we will hear soon, have to become impoverished in order to look to Medicaid for their health care when they need care, home health care in this instance, that would allow them to stay at home safely and effectively, that is available under the home care benefit. Not all is, but some is, and much of it is not being provided. And I noted in our issue brief, we include a number of case studies, real live examples of people who have been able to stay at home because of the Medicare home health benefit with advocacy, and that can and should still be the case. But people shouldn't have to rely on getting an attorney with expertise in this field. There are few and far between. There are too few of us. And it's a benefit that is so important that people have worked for. Access in particular to the home health benefit is shrinking. Now, I want to make sure that you know that home health aides are defined very specifically in federal law. At the volume 42 of the Code of Federal Regulations in section 409.45, and then sections there, B 1 through 4. I know you won't memorize that, but I want you to know that what I'm saying is simply true. We often hear from people that they've been told that they themselves or the person, their loved one, can only get home health aides 3 times a week and only for a bath. We've heard more and more this story, or indeed only once a week for a bath and only for a bath. Recently, for a shower. Can you imagine the distinction between getting someone up who's still able to and help them getting into a shower? Simple things like that versus a bed bath, which is what they're being told too often now. The interaction, the stimulation, the assistance with the ambulation and with self-care. Indeed, under that section of the federal regulations, there is a whole list that happens to start with bathing, but it includes dressing, grooming, shifting in bed, setting up meals, helping with eating. What we call the activities of daily living, personal hands-on assistance. That is the very kind of care that family caregivers are often called on to give and are trying to provide. And they need this assistance. That's what could really help both the patient and the family caregiver. And a lot of it is there in current law, but not in practice. It's inappropriate to deny this kind of care to people who have longer term and chronic conditions, simply because they may not improve or not fast enough, or we don't know how the improvement would go if the care was provided over a longer term period. But as I said before, it is stated in the law, in the regulations, on the cms.gov webpage, and from the settlement in the Jim V. Sebelius case, that coverage is available for the long term if people meet the criteria under the law to maintain or slow decline just as much to improve. And we are also unfortunately wanting to call your attention to payment models. As I have seen payment models change over the 3 decades of my career, I have seen the change in access to care in all settings, particularly in the home care setting. There was a new payment model put in place as of January 1st, 2020. Within that first month, I cannot begin to tell you how many calls and emails we got from people who had been told that the law had changed and they no longer could receive physical therapy. Aids were no longer available except for a bath. Let me just say that as the payment systems change, so too change the delivery of care based on what will be paid, what the incentives are. We really need to keep that in mind. I urge the council to keep that in mind because you do follow the money and it does implicate what care beneficiaries can receive and therefore what supports caregivers can get. Next slide, please. And with this, I'll turn it over to David. He'll be talking a little bit about the pros and cons of the Medicare program being now in two basic models, what we call the traditional program and the private Medicare Advantage option. David?
Thanks, Judy. So over the last couple of years, there has been a lot of focus and attention on the ability of Medicare Advantage plans to cover non-health related items and services, including unskilled care in the home, unlike the traditional Medicare program. As Judy noted, the Medicare Advantage program, or MA program, in which approximately 1/3 of all Medicare beneficiaries are enrolled, is an option available to Medicare beneficiaries whereby they get their Medicare coverage through private plans. MA plans must cover what is covered under traditional Medicare, excluding hospice, but they can also cover things that are not covered by traditional Medicare, essentially by using so-called rebate dollars, which is the difference between generally a given area's benchmark payment rate and an individual's plan bid to provide services in that area, or by charging additional premiums for extra services. This payment scheme, which still on the whole pays more to Medicare Advantage than is spent in traditional Medicare on beneficiaries, is the means through which plans offer extra benefits such as vision, hearing, and dental. Both Congress and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, have over the last couple of years expanded the scope of supplemental benefits that Medicare Advantage plans can offer, including expanding what is considered to be primarily health-related. And now services can be targeted towards certain plan enrollees deemed to be chronically ill. Such services can, according to the Medicare guidelines, include in-home support services to assist individuals with disabilities and/or medical conditions in performing some of the activities of daily living within the home without the homebound requirement or skilled care requirement that Judy mentioned. Now, our information about what plans have offered what benefits to whom is still somewhat limited, but from what we do know, this does not appear, the in-home support, to be a widely offered benefit, at least this year in 2020. There are various factors that limit such benefits, specifically in-home support, from becoming widely available to Medicare beneficiaries. And I'm just going to walk through 5 of those factors, touch on those really quickly. First, since in-home services without a homebound requirement or without a skilled care requirement are not covered by traditional Medicare, it is completely voluntary on the part of the plans, which can change their benefits on an annual basis. Second, MA plans do not get additional payment to offer such supplemental benefits, although they may charge additional premiums for them. And even though Medicare Advantage plans on the whole are still very well paid, it is from the same pot of money that plans use to cover benefits not covered by traditional Medicare, including the popular ones that draw enrollment, such as vision, hearing, and dental, that is used for these new benefits, such as in-home support. Third, the variability in payments to plans geographically leads to variability in where such benefits are offered. You might see clusters of some benefits offered in areas where the benchmark payment rates are higher and less so in areas where those benchmark payments are lower. Fourth, Medicare Advantage plans are still overpaid relative to what is spent on a beneficiary in traditional Medicare. And as policymakers look to Medicare financing issues, particularly following the impact of the current COVID crisis, we question whether these overpayments from which some Medicare Advantage plans offer in-home support are sustainable over the long run. And finally, as a matter of equity, assistance for caregivers should be available to all Medicare beneficiaries, not just the ones who choose to enroll in private Medicare Advantage plans. In short, while some Medicare beneficiaries and their caregivers might have access to some in-home benefits, depending upon where they live and what plan they're enrolled in and what a given plan offers in a given year, we want to dispel any notion that Medicare Advantage is either the pathway or answer for caregivers when it comes to providing assistance. Next slide, please. So that's a brief overview of the current state of play in Medicare concerning assistance for caregivers. Clearly, there is limited assistance available, and there's much room for expanding such assistance. A comprehensive long-term care benefit available to everyone, including Medicare beneficiaries and beyond, is really considered the holy grail for many. There are a number of people who have devoted their career to advocating for such a benefit or have spent considerable time analyzing what that might look like, including some folks on this call, for example, Joe Caldwell, whom we know. While such a benefit, a comprehensive benefit, would provide the most help to caregivers, we recognize, of course, it would be a very heavy lift and not likely one to be made in the short term. But absent a wholesale change in long-term care coverage, though, there are some more discrete things that can be done that would help Medicare beneficiaries and their caregivers in the least. We're now going to spend the balance of our time discussing some, but of course not all, options to explore, or recommendations to explore. Next slide, please. So Judy covered what Medicare rules say about home coverage and how the reality has fallen short. There is a significant and growing disconnect between what Medicare home care is coverable under the law and what is actually available in practice. One practical and simple sounding, yet difficult to implement approach would be ensure that the current law is followed. As Judy noted, when the law is properly implemented, including pursuant to the JIMO settlement that Judy mentioned, even people with significant, serious, or debilitating conditions can remain in the home and out of institutions for long periods of time. And as Judy also noted, through vigilance and zealous advocacy, we have been able to help keep people in their homes for literally years due to the receipt of coverable and medically necessary services through the home health benefit. But these cases have been the exception rather than the rule. Clearly, additional proactive measures are needed. And on the administrative side, there are certain things that the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services could do, including revamp the payment system to create incentives for home health agencies to provide the full extent of services available under the law. In other words, do not disincentivize the provision of home health aid services. CMS could oversee home health agencies to ensure that they are adequately staffed and able to provide the complete array of Medicare covered home health services, including home health aides, because we have heard from some home health agencies that they simply do not employ home health aides as they should. CMS could engage in an extensive education program targeting providers and beneficiaries and Medicare contractors and educate them about what is coverable under the law. And CMS could require corrective action plans from providers that do not have sufficient staff or who do not provide appropriate skilled and home health aid services. Looking at Congress for a moment, if it chose to act to address the lack of access to Medicare covered home care, Congress could, even absent passing any legislation, hold hearings or other investigative actions, such as directing reports from the General Accounting Office or the Department of Health and Human Services Office of Inspector General to ensure that CMS and home health agencies are interpreting and administering the law correctly. Congress could commission studies to explore how proper implementation of the home health benefit would prevent institutionalization, avoid unnecessary cost shifting to the Medicaid program, and reduce stress on family caregivers. Implementing the law would still require that individuals, implementing the law as it's written now, would still require individuals to be homebound and that skilled care be necessary intermittently. While this would not help everyone who needs in-home care, it would be a significant step towards filling an important gap in care and coverage. We're now going to turn back to Judy to discuss another recommendation that would require legislation. Next slide, please. You're on mute, Judy.
So I am. That's a problem when giving a presentation. Thank you for reminding me. The first thing that should be a pretty easy lift is to make sure that there's oversight and insistence that the law and the coverage that's available right now is provided. Now, even so, that benefit, as David just indicated, is not going to help a lot of people. And those are folks who are not, in fact, homebound. They can leave home on a regular basis, and particularly could if they had home health aides in place, hands-on personal care to help them and their caregiver. And that would allow them to, in fact, live a more out of the home existence and be employed and be with family and friends. That's currently not covered under Medicare at all. So we would recommend that a new, what we call standalone home health aid benefit be instituted through legislation, not instead of, but in addition to the current benefit, to allow home health aides to come into the home and assist beneficiaries and caregivers, regardless of whether they, without them having to demonstrate that they are homebound or that they need skilled care. So these would be folks who the only help they need is this kind of personal hands-on care. It should be available without those prior criteria, and still there should be and would be criteria. We're not saying this would be everything for everybody. It could use the current Medicare definition of home health aid services. As I indicated, the federal regulations are very specific about what these services are. And so we could use those definitions. And according to that definition, the home health aides would be providing personal hands-on care, which would include at least the enumerated services that are greatly detailed in federal regulations. The threshold criteria could include, for example, that the individual has significant cognitive or mental health impairments. We don't want to forget folks who are physically well but have mental health or cognitive problems, or they are dependent on a defined number of activities of daily living or independent activities of daily living, which is slightly broader definition. There are many times now, by the way, that people are told that since they physically can leave home, they are not qualifying for Medicare home health, when in fact they won't leave home because of a mental health issue or because of dementia. They should not leave home without someone else with them. Eligibility for this benefit, as I say, would not be predicated, however, on the individual needing a skilled nursing or therapy or other skilled service, and would not be predicated on them showing that they're homebound. It would be for a broader group of people. And as a consequence, this benefit would provide home health aid access for people who do not qualify under current criteria, even if the law was properly implemented. They could receive up to a certain number of hours of home health aid services per week, so long as they meet the criteria I just described, perhaps a certain number of activities of daily living limitations and mental or cognitive impairments. And that could be for 28 to 35 hours, as is now available under the law, or for another designed amount, depending on what Congress decides. This would be an extraordinary assistance, both for the patient and for family caregivers. It would provide both necessary hands-on care that is going lacking now, provide people with a better lifestyle and healthcare and safety at home, and also allow many people to leave the home who currently can't. At the same time, this would be a boon for family caregivers for the reasons stated earlier. We urge caution that this be for all Medicare beneficiaries, not just those who are Medicare Advantage, and not through a Medigap or a supplemental benefit that people would have to add on and pay for. We think this would be a tremendous asset for both the beneficiary and for family caregivers. Next slide, David.
And finally, as somewhat of a catch-all, absent a standalone home health aid benefit of the type that Judy outlined or a full-fledged comprehensive long-term care benefit, there are certain improvements, other improvements that can be made to the Medicare program that could assist beneficiaries and caregivers with in-home care. As noted in the issue brief, one option could be to explore incorporating a more consumer-directed care model into Medicare, similar to Medicaid's Home and Community-Based Services, or HCBS. Under Medicare's home health agency-based model of care delivery, beneficiaries now have little control over the direction of their care, including the care that they need and who is providing it and when. Correspondingly, exploring a consumer-directed approach could open the door for more direct caregiver support. Another limited yet beneficial option would be to add a respite benefit for family caregivers to the Medicare program. Now, there is limited respite coverage in Medicare, but it is only available through Medicare's hospice benefit for those who have been deemed to be terminally ill. In 2017, for example, the Bipartisan Policy Center outlined a Medicare respite benefit proposal cited in the issue brief that would be triggered based on certain conditions such as ADL limitations or cognitive impairments. There are discrete legislative changes that could be made to Medicare that would improve the plight of caregivers, including, among other things, revising the homebound requirement for the home health benefit, removing the 3-day prior inpatient hospital stay requirement for skilled nursing facility coverage, or eliminate the hospital observation status, or alternatively count all of the time someone spends in the hospital, whether it be inpatient or outpatient under observation, towards that 3-day inpatient requirement. And finally, policymakers could explore expanding assistance for caregivers through CMS's Center for Medicare and Medicaid Integration, or CMMI, and the Quality Payment Program. CMMI could use its authority and flexibility to test approaches for assisting family caregivers, including utilizing some of the elements of demonstrations and quality payment initiatives already underway, such as those identified in the issue brief, including the Independence at Home demonstration, primary care first, and chronic care management services. These recommendations by no means cover the full range of what can be done within and outside of the Medicare program to better assist family caregivers, but hopefully they provide a touch point for discussion and exploration with the firm understanding that Medicare does not currently offer much to caregivers and could be much improved in this respect. Unless Judy has any concluding remarks, I think we can turn it over to Q&A, but we want to make sure to thank ACL and the council for the invitation to be here today. Thank you for allowing us to participate.
Yes, thank you very much. And again, thank you to the John A. Hartford Foundation. Thank you, David. Greg, did you want to proceed with questions at this time?
Yes, Judy, David, thank you both so much. That was really, really informative. So council members, questions for either Judy or David, questions or thoughts? The floor is yours.
Hi, Greg. This is Casey.
Yes.
I really want to thank you both for this wonderful presentation. I'm currently a dean of a school of nursing, but my practice experience was in home health and chronic management for older adults. And every single word that you've shared is exactly the challenges I saw in my practice every day when working with families. And so I just want to endorse that this is exactly what is needed. And I am really grateful for the synthesis of these very clear recommendations, in particular, the need for having home health aides covered. I cannot overstate enough how important that is, and acknowledging the need for family caregivers to be supported, but also to have the services they need to be able to do this care. I just wanted to reinforce that this is exactly what I've seen in practice, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
I so appreciate that affirmation and inside information from someone on the inside of providing the care. Thank you so very much.
And this
Go ahead.
this is Linda Davis. I have no idea if I'm seen or not seen, or if you can hear me. That's all that matters.
We can hear you.
I'm from the Department of Veterans Affairs, and I wanted to also thank you both personally and professionally This is, as we find for our veterans, an impossible maze to navigate, especially when you look at Medicare in combination with other federal, state, and local services, and also the local application of, I think, layering on of their own rules and interpretations. So I see this not only for those, the benefit, not only for those who are aging as those I'm taking care of, but also the special needs population. I'd like to look at how this, of course, there's cost issues, but it looks like some of this can be done, frankly, without the need for legislation and based on information being provided and clarification of things like eligibility, etc. We've had great success with things like quick start guides and a very extensive outreach to make sure that people understand how to access our VA benefits. And I'd love to include something like this after the task force is done that we could share on our side and endorse.
Thank you. I do want to, if I can, Greg, allow people to know that we have on our website, medicareadvocacy.org, a vast amount of information regarding ongoing care for people who have longer term and chronic conditions, and in particular, home health care, from long papers like you have received, but also what we call quick screens, which are, we'll tell you in a page and a half some of the highlights of what should be covered and a few advocacy tips. So you can find all that for all care settings on our website, medicareadvocacy.org.
And the point, if I could just add, Linda, you made about the coordination of benefits and the confusion about eligibility and enrollment is so important, because Medicare is becoming more complex, not less. And people have to make very critical decisions about how they want to access coverage when they're first eligible. People fall through the cracks when transitioning from other types of coverage. There's much to be done in Medicare writ large that, by, you know, even if it's not directly adding a caregiver benefit, would nonetheless benefit beneficiaries and caregivers. So thank you
Indeed.
for those comments.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I have a quick, this is Ben Bledsoe. I'm with Consumer Direct Care Network. Just a quick question regarding, I saw some information in your brief about the dual eligibles, Medicaid, Medicare, and as a Medicaid provider, just curious what you've seen on any progress on easing that back and forth between the two, or any vision about how that might interact, particularly on that caregiving side, obviously for this council, and how that, you know, obviously one being a federal program, the other being a state program, MCOs involved, all the different provider agencies, how that seamlessness and trying to keep a continuity of care, information in the balance, all those sorts of things, as we've seen that, particularly trying to pay more and more attention to dual eligibles and see them being a focus for cost containment, but just all of that entire environment of, if you all have seen any or heard anything on progress on how we can ease that, just that continuity of care with caregiving on for dual eligibles.
Sure. I'll jump in and then I'll ask you, David. We have different areas of knowledge about this, I think. One thing I'll tell you, we've spent an inordinate amount of time and resources appealing Medicare denials for people who are eligible for both Medicare and Medicaid, for both home health care services and skilled nursing facility services. More and more, we see cost shifting from Medicare to Medicaid. The more we implement the Medicare home health benefit as if it is, describe it as, and repeat the description and the provision of Medicare home health benefits as a short-term acute care benefit, the more, as we are now, providing financial incentives to agencies, home health agencies, to provide care for folks when they leave a hospital or SNF, skilled nursing facility, rather than if they've avoided that or can, if home health continues, the more we are shifting those costs both to the family and to Medicaid. And that is a big problem. It's unfair. People shouldn't have to be impoverished in order to get this, the care they need. And it's sapping state budgets in places where it should not. And sometimes the care is different. So we see a lot of cost shifting in that regard, which has only increased in part because of the new payment system, but just over the last couple of years. David, do you want to talk more about that?
Sure. I would just, you're probably already familiar with them, but you know, refer you to within CMS, the Office of Dual Eligibles, and that's what we call them. I think they have a more formal name, but they've given a lot of thought over the last few years about just these very issues, how to integrate Medicare and Medicaid better, which is quite challenging due to the coordination of benefits issues that Linda spoke about, due to varying standards and coverage guidelines. You know, you'll have different rules for Medicare for coverage of durable medical equipment, for example, than you will in Medicaid, or different, you know, state Medicaid programs. So there are tremendous challenges. I think some progress has been made in some areas, and like dual eligible special needs plans have heightened requirements for better integrating Medicare and Medicaid, but from where we sit, it should not require enrollment in a managed care plan in order to effectuate that. There should be other pathways. Not necessarily a complete answer to your question, but we see evolution in some ways and no progress in others, because each new permutation that comes up, or coverage expansion in Medicare, can have unintended consequences with Medicaid, you know, for those coordination of benefits rules, and sometimes it's difficult to game out how everything will play out and how those services are integrated.
Deborah Stonewalls, I think you had a question for.
Yes, thank you, Greg, very much. Thank you, Judy and David, for your presentation. It was excellent. I'm from a area agency on aging. What's wrong with this damn thing? In Maui, and we're the SHIP counselors here, so we're quite aware of the confusion and the surprise when people find out what services are supposed to be covered and are not covered. But I had a specific question about your second recommendation regarding creating the standalone home health aid benefit for people who are not currently homebound or that require the skilled care level. How do you see that recommendation being different or fitting with the everyday work that the Aging Network performs on a day-to-day basis? I guess I'm wondering how the work that is funded by the Older Americans Act fits with this recommendation, and how there would be a crossover for you guys in your thinking.
Let me try and tackle that if I understand. I personally, off the top of my head right now, can't think of a place where the area, we provide a lot of support for the ships and provide all the training for the Connecticut ship. And we'd be happy to do so in Hawaii anytime travel comes back into our lives.
In person, yes.
Yeah, it does, in person. I don't know, perhaps you could help me, what services you're wondering how they would coordinate. The services we're anticipating are services that I keep referring to, that I'm looking at in the law: bathing, dressing, grooming, caring for hair, nail, and oral hygiene, other services that are needed to make the patient safe and effective at home. So this would be more providing direct direct care services, rather than helping people understand what Medicare is, what Medicaid is, how to make those benefits work well for them. Hopefully this would be another one that you would be able to explain to them. If that's not an answer, perhaps you can help me understand better.
Okay, thank you. Well, our agency does provide, we have contracted service providers that go into the homes and do provide all of those levels of home assistance, from hands-on assistance to attended care, to transportation, to help with grocery shopping, to caregiver respite.
Got it. I'm aware of some of those models. Thank you. So
yeah,
just in the interest of time, let me see, because I see our time is coming to a close. In that case, I would hope that this would be something that an agency such as yours could qualify as a provider of service for and get this kind of reimbursement. It's not something we tackled in terms of talking about who could be a certified provider for these services, but that is something that I think the council, so thank you for that question, could look into and broaden as to, right now it's, as I say, and David, we reiterate in our paper, it's provided only by a Medicare certified home health agency that would provide or arrange for. They could arrange with you, maybe they do. And now that I know what you're talking about, I know that happens. But I think that's something that should be looked at.
Yeah, and if I could just add,
Can I ask you a question? Go ahead, David.
Yeah, okay, thanks. If I could just add, I think what would change through the standalone home health aid benefit would be who pays for the services and who's eligible would be among the things that would change. And I think eligibility would be much expanded through a Medicare-based home health aid benefit that is not, contingent upon an individual's income or resources. Right now, a lot of Medicare Advantage programs that are offering these supplemental benefits, these non-health related, are contracting with community-based organizations, including some area agency on aging outfits, in order to provide such care. So that is going on within the Medicare sphere now, but primarily just through Medicare Advantage. And I think, as Judy noted, our hope would be those services would be much more widely available and could be provided by entities such as yours. Sorry,
Thank you for the question.
Greg, Greg, do we have time for me to?
Yeah, you'll be the last question, Alan, and then we'll move on. Go ahead.
It somewhat ties into this comment, and thank you for this great work, and I support the need for additional home health, certainly valuable. I do want to say that, to me, it's still in the mode of there is a person with a need, and that's what this is directed at. And very often there's a family caregiver. And we often know that home health can come in and provide services, and the family caregiver be very dissatisfied with that care because it's not integrated. And you should never assume that sending a healthcare worker in the home converts or equals respite for the family caregiver.
True.
Rather, what we do know are there are a number of evidence-based interventions that, when are focused from a family-centric approach of engaging the caregiver and skills that they can use to not only help provide care, but to manage the care. So to manage new services, have benefit for both the caregiver and the older adults. And Deborah, if I can go back to your comment, I think that's where I see so much of what the AAAs do. So I'd like to hear a little bit more of that language or that kind of thoughtfulness in the recommendation, with this going after the Holy Grail, which I understand is the Holy Grail. But why can't we combine Medicare supports and social supports into a comprehensive model? Why can't we get CMS and AAAs to better put forward models that don't allow people to reach out to folks like Deborah as they can, but require them to do so? Because that's where we've demonstrated greater value. So again, I support what you're doing. I think this is a very, very important step. And maybe this is the first step that we need to make, but I think they're great. There's the ultimate value is having a bit more of a family-centered approach.
Thank you. If I may respond, I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I think it's a valuable comment to help tweak our language perhaps a little bit. But you'll note, we didn't talk about this a lot even in the paper, but again, Medicare law provides for social services, which should include supports for the caregiver and is supposed to take into consideration the beneficiary should have, and caregiver should be part of the team that makes the plan of care, that decides what's happening. All of that is mostly honored in the breach right now. And that should be in both the current law provision of service and also in the new standalone. And I thank you for that, because I see that if you missed that, we should add that caveat or attention.
Great, thank you. So this was a really fascinating presentation, and it's, you know, it's the first time that the council has had an opportunity to consider, you know, the implications of caregiving and Medicare, and how the Medicare program could be better utilized to support family caregivers. And so I would say to the council, to all of the council members, you know, as we move next month into really beginning to frame out the recommendations that you all want to make, you use this information, this paper and the presentation from Judy and David, and soon from what we're going to hear from B in Washington State. Really begin thinking about how we can formulate the recommendations that they've made and the information that they've provided to us into recommendations that you all could consider moving forward in the report. This is really what we're trying to do with these types of presentations, is to give you all a lot of information to chew on, to be able to then formulate into the recommendations that you're going to make. So again, Judy and David, thank you so much. Can we skip the next slide? And then, so we are going to jump from Medicare to Medicaid. And we have with us B. Rector from, she's the director of the Washington State Department of Health and Social and Health Services. B, I'm going to let you jump right into it, since we are just a couple of minutes over, and I want to give you the most, you know, the maximum amount of time to talk about your work in Medicaid programs. So B.
Thank you so much, Greg. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today around ways that states can and do innovate to address the diverse needs of caregivers. As someone who has worked to move policy and programs within the context of state government for over 20 years, and also as someone who was a caregiver for my mom in the last 5 years of her life, this topic is really of great importance to me, both from a professional and a personal perspective. I do want to emphasize before I start the presentation that the information I'm sharing with you is really focused on caregivers providing services to adults with functional impairment, so people who are aged 18 to over 100. We have a separate administration in our state that works with caregivers of individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So just want to be clear that the focus of my presentation is not on individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, but more on older adults and caregivers working with people with functional impairments who are adults. Next slide, please. So almost every state in the nation, probably every state in the nation, is facing demographic trends like the ones we're experiencing in Washington. The population is aging, and a growing proportion of the population is above age 65. Over the past 20 years, as well as in the present, the need to prepare for an aging Washington has been a key driver of policy change in our state. Next slide, please. Many of you may know that 7 in 10 Americans who reach age 65 will need some form of assistance with activities of daily living in their lifetime. The average cost of long-term services and supports is roughly twice that of the average retirement savings of seniors in our nation. The private insurance market in the nation and in Washington is broken. In Washington, more than 93% of Washingtonians are uninsured and unprepared to pay for the cost of long-term care. As a result, Medicaid has become the primary payer of long-term services and supports costs. This has created a heavy burden for families, for caregivers, and for taxpayers to cover the cost of needed services. The path to Medicaid long-term services and supports is very common and predictable. You have a need for care typically a family member becomes a caregiver to help you in your home, and they're typically an unpaid caregiver. When you or the caregiver need additional help, you pay out of pocket from your savings, and ultimately, if that goes on long enough, become impoverished. That is when many people turn to Medicaid to receive the assistance they need to stay in their own homes. As Judy mentioned in her presentation, Medicare has very limited benefits related to long-term care, and none of those support family caregivers or even the kinds of services and supports people need in their own homes to address activities of daily living need. In Washington, about 60% of the individuals served in our Medicaid-funded programs for long-term care are age 65 and older, but 40% are considered working age, which means they're ages 18 to 64, and about 80% of them are dually eligible for both Medicare and Medicaid. Next slide, please. Supporting individuals to be able to stay in their own homes when they need assistance with activities of daily living makes sense both from an economic and a person-centered approach from Washington's perspective. When asked, it is where people want to be to age their own home, and that's because that's where they're most comfortable, where they can maintain that connection with their family and friends, and where they can have the most autonomy and control. From an economic perspective, assisting individuals to stay at home is more cost-effective on average than supporting them in a facility where there's 24/7 staffing. Creating options that support individuals in their choice to remain at home requires finding ways to support caregivers, both paid and unpaid. Caregivers continue to play a pivotal role for family members, both as they live in their own homes, but also as those difficult decisions start to be made about folks leaving their home and moving into more residential or institutional settings. Loved ones, family caregivers continue to provide routine supports to their loved one when they live in nursing facilities or in assisted living facilities or adult family homes. Washington has, over a few decades, created multiple ways to support family caregivers, both as paid and unpaid caregivers. Next slide, please. This slide shows some of the strategies that we believe are important in supporting caregivers in our state. We use multiple fund sources to include the Older Americans Act, our general fund state funding, Medicaid, as well as partner with the Veterans Administration to provide services to unpaid caregivers, which includes both a caregiver-centric assessment as well as services and supports to allow them to continue and flourish in their caregiving role. Our legislature has made many law changes over the years to support caregivers also in our Medicaid programs, which includes things like paying caregivers to provide care, family members to provide care, and looking at laws around how do you support caregivers to provide medically complex tasks in the home. And I'm going to go over these in more detail as we move through the presentation. Next slide, please. So Washington has provided the ability for individuals to hire and pay family members as paid providers in our Medicaid funded and state funded program since 1981. So we have a long history of doing this. Approximately 30,000 family members are paid under Medicaid, state plan, and waiver services in our state. Paid family members are required to take training, and they receive the same pay and benefits as other professional caregivers doing the same work. Those benefits in our state include paid time off, health insurance coverage if they work 20 hours a week, a modest retirement benefit, and pay increases that are based on lifetime hours of work, training, and earned credentials and skills. To improve access to training and certification tests are offered in 11 languages. Family caregivers can provide skilled cares within their paid hours, and they also have access to nurse delegation so that they can get some clinical support and training in providing those skilled tasks. Washington does not allow or pay legally responsible adults in our Medicaid programs, and that includes spouses and parents of minor children. But Medicaid programs do allow the payment of legally responsible adults as a policy choice that states can make, so I just want to highlight that. Next slide, please. In addition to investing in our workforce, we also support unpaid family caregivers. There are more than 850,000 unpaid family caregivers in Washington, and only a very small fraction of these caregivers are touched, either in our Medicaid programs or our non-Medicaid programs. Family caregivers who are unpaid are the backbone of the long-term care system. I'm not telling you anything I'm sure you don't already know. And we know that providing unpaid caregiving services can have both an emotional and an economic impact on families. There's a loss of earning potential. There's decreased savings for retirement. There's impacts on the caregiver's ability to meet other family needs, such as needs of children. And there is an increased healthcare cost because of the stress and burden associated with caregiving. We also know that there is a high economic value both to the state and federal governments, to the services provided by these unpaid family caregivers. The care they provide in Washington is estimated a value of over $10 billion a year, and that's 5 times what we spend in our Medicaid-funded long-term care programs. So as a result, we know that if 20% of these unpaid caregivers stop providing care today, and the people they were caring for had to turn to Medicaid to receive their services, it would double the cost of those services in our state in a single year. We're already 6% of our general fund state expenditures. And so, you know, you can imagine in this economic climate, having conversations about what would happen if that increased to 12%, and what would that mean for the state budget. Next slide, please. So supporting unpaid family caregivers makes sense from an economic perspective because it is less expensive than more formal settings of care, such as paid personal care in the home, residential settings like assisted living facilities or nursing homes. As you can see from this chart, the average monthly spending in our family caregiver support program in fiscal year 2018 was about $550 a month, significantly less than the monthly average spending in other programs and settings that you see on this slide. The other point I want to make on this slide is really related to policy and budget choices that states make when they make choices to support unpaid family caregivers. So if we add services such as respite and training and other caregiver-centric services to support unpaid family caregivers onto our traditional Medicaid programs paid for under our state plan or waivers, we add that $550 monthly cost on top of the per capita expenditures for personal care. And so what that does is it actually means that we're spending more to serve the same number of people. In our state, we've chosen to keep our family caregiver support program as an option and choice that individuals can access as an alternative to accessing our Medicaid-funded services like personal care. This allows us to expand the population that we're serving and to target services specifically to unpaid caregivers. It also provides us with an opportunity to create a program that can divert or delay individuals from entering our more expensive services offered under Medicaid. Next slide, please. We are often asked about the cost-benefit analysis of providing services to unpaid family caregivers. In 2012, our legislature expanded state funding to provide caregiver assessment and supports to more unpaid family caregivers. The legislature also required us at that time to do an evaluation to determine whether the investments resulted in fewer individuals applying for and using Medicaid-funded long-term services and supports. What we learned through that evaluation was that care recipients were 20% less likely to enroll in Medicaid long-term care in the year post-screening of their caregiver, which really resulted in a delay or diversion from the more expensive Medicaid programs. So another way of thinking about that is there are ways to structure these programs to either pay for themselves or provide additional cost savings to the Medicaid budget. Next slide. So the services and supports that we offer in our state to unpaid family caregivers are tailored to what is known to keep individuals in their own homes, so to keep the care recipient at home. What we have learned over many years is that caregiver supports make a difference in improving the caregiver's ability to maintain their role as a caregiver while also attending to their own health and wellness needs. So the services that we provide are delivered under a variety of fund sources to include the Older Americans Act, state general funds, and increasingly Medicaid under an 1115 demonstration waiver. The services that a caregiver receives are informed through an evidence-based assessment tool called TCare. And they are services such as caregiver assistance services. These are designed to take the place of tasks the caregiver would otherwise be doing. So examples of these kinds of services are things like respite, housework and errands, home delivered meals. The next category of services that unpaid caregivers can access are training and education. These are services designed to assist caregivers to gain skills and knowledge that helps them in meeting the needs of the care recipient. It includes things like support groups, caregiver support groups, or diagnostic specific support groups, and consultation on things like planning for long-term care, occupational therapy, physical therapy, dementia consultation, and falls prevention. The next category is specialized medical equipment and supplies. These are goods and supplies needed by a care receiver. Things like durable medical equipment, personal emergency response systems, and incontinence supplies. And providing these types of items make the job of the caregiver easier, and it also reduces their out-of-pocket expenses associated with caregiving. And lastly, the category of health maintenance and therapies are clinical and therapeutic services really designed for the caregiver to help them manage stress and burden. And examples of these services would be things like massage, acupuncture, and evidence-based exercise programs. Next slide, please. Another way we are supporting family caregivers is by using an evidence-based assessment tool, which was mandated by our legislature in 2007. The reason they directed us to utilize a caregiver-centric assessment is that they wanted to know whether or not the investments that they were making actually made any difference in the lives of caregivers. They also wanted to know whether we were delivering on our promises that we had made to them around return on investment. So at the time, back in 2007, we did a scan of available assessment tools, and we decided to adopt a caregiver assessment developed by Dr. Rhonda Montgomery. I know she's one of your council members, who at the time was with the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. The assessment is called TCare, and it utilizes an evidence-based assessment process which helps to understand how caregivers are feeling about their role, to identify things like depression and the types of burden, as well as the uplifts that are associated with the journey of being a caregiver. It selects appropriate goals and strategies and then recommends services for supporting the caregiver specific to the unique needs that they have at that point in time. It allows a consultation models to really help the caregiver make informed choices about the next steps that they want to take, and creating a care plan for the caregiver that they really embrace and want to follow. There's also a routine check-in process to see how the caregiver is doing and whether services are making a difference. Before TCare, we really had no valid or reliable or consistent way to know if we were making a difference in the lives of caregivers. After the rollout of TCare, we were able to identify caregivers based on risk and who was at highest risk of burnout, as well as care receivers who were at the highest risk of placement out of the home into a long-term care setting. So the use of a standardized caregiver assessment such as TCare offers a consistent consultative model across the state, allowing caregivers to make informed choices, and provides a way for states to have accurate statewide data to inform decision making. So in our state, we chose to mandate the use of this caregiver assessment in all of our family caregiver supports programs. Next slide, please. After we implemented our uniform caregiver assessment, TCare, Washington did participate in a study with other states to understand the difference in outcomes for the caregiver utilizing TCare. And what we really did was look at what are the outcomes for folks that get that type of assessment compared to the outcome for folks who did not receive a standardized assessment and got services in the way we delivered them before we adopted the assessment. What we learned is that 84% of caregivers showed improved outcomes in this first 6-month period following the use of the TCARE approach. There was statistically significant improvements in a number of burdens, as well as decreased depression and a greater comfort level that the caregiver experienced in their caregiver role. And for spousal caregivers, there was also a decrease in their intention to place a loved one outside of the home. Next slide, please. One of the other valuable learnings from our use of a standardized caregiver assessment to screen, assess, and consult with caregivers was that this was the first time people were being asked about how they were doing and talking about the importance of self-care. Caregivers, as we know, spend a lot of time and energy thinking about and answering questions about the person they're caring for. And they don't spend a lot of time doing any kind of self-reflection or check-ins on how they are feeling and how they are doing in their role of caregiving. We know that caregivers often are torn between caring for their own needs and caring for those of their loved one. What we found through our evaluation is that 4 out of 5 caregivers reported that the program and the approach we were using helped them to understand the importance of taking care of themselves and gave them tools and services to do so. Next slide. One of the couples that we're serving in our family caregiver support program is Tom and his wife, Janet. Janet has dementia, and as a result, Tom is doing all the household tasks such as shopping, cleaning, preparing meals. He's also helping to make sure she takes her medications as they're prescribed. He takes all of this in stride. He loves his wife. He knows that she cannot perform the household tasks that she had done in the past. One of the unique challenges and aspects of the dementia for Tom is that Janet follows him around the house asking repetitive questions, and he describes that she can be verbally mean or aggressive towards him. Under our family caregiver program, we were able to provide housekeeping and errand assistance for Tom. Also, prior to COVID, Janet was able to attend a memory care and wellness service twice a week, which provided important respite for Tom and a meaningful daily activity for Janet. The program also worked with Tom to better understand and manage the behaviors that Janet was experiencing due to her dementia diagnosis and provided strategies for him around triggers and de-escalation techniques. After attending the memory care and wellness services, Janet returns home in a better mood, and there's a lot less stress and strain in the home environment as reported by Tom. Next slide. I want to pivot to a different initiative that we have underway that also has a goal of expanding and ensuring access to family caregiver supports. And that is Washington's Dementia Action Collaborative. It came out of legislation passed in 2014. It's a great example of bringing together a public-private collaboration of experts and advocates to address goals identified in our state's Alzheimer's and other dementia state plan. Through partnership, they have implemented low-cost initiatives that have improved policy and services to individuals experiencing dementia as well as to their caregivers. This is a group of 60+ people. They meet regularly and participants include caregivers of individuals with dementia. We do recognize that dementia presents special challenges to caregivers for many reasons. And next slide. One of the outcomes of the Dementia Action Collaborative has been the creation and dissemination of the Dementia Roadmap, which is a roadmap for caregivers working with individuals with dementia to help them navigate and plan around the various stages of dementia and what they can expect and resources that they can rely on. This resource has been distributed across our state. It's available in English and Spanish, and I know that there are some other states that have borrowed it and are using it as well, which is great. Next slide. We also have a couple of pieces of legislation in Washington state that support unpaid family caregivers and are outside the Medicaid program and really open to all constituents in Washington that are eligible. The first of those is the Paid Family Medical Leave Act, which the legislature passed in 2017, and benefits became available in January of this year. Paid Family Medical Leave Act provides up to 12 weeks of paid leave per year for a family member with serious health conditions. Family members may be spouses, partners, grandparents, parents, siblings, children, or grandchildren. And program participants can receive up to 90% of their weekly pay, up to a maximum of $1,000 a week. It's an important resource for family caregivers to balance the needs of caregiving while also retaining a paycheck and maintaining their outside employment. Next slide, please. The Trust Act was passed in 2019 to address a problem that lots of states are experiencing around how to assist their citizens to access long-term services and supports, reduce the need for impoverishing themselves to qualify for Medicaid, and to support families as they care for their loved ones. Washington is the first state in the nation to create a publicly funded long-term care insurance benefit for its citizens. The trust will be funded through a modest payroll premium paid by Washington workers. Individuals will become eligible to participate in the trust through vesting in the benefit. In the first year, each person who is eligible will receive a lifetime benefit of $36,500, regardless of their income or assets. Payroll deductions will begin to be collected in January of 2022, and the benefits will be available in 2025. And one of the questions we get a lot is, knowing how much long-term care costs, is $36,500 benefit really meaningful? And what I would say is that, you know, for family caregiver support, depending on what's being purchased, that type of benefit can last for a couple of years in terms of respite, home delivered meals, and some of the services that caregivers really need in order to be able to continue providing services. Next slide. The Long-Term Care Trust will pay for benefits such as specialty training for caregivers, home safety evaluations, adaptive equipment and technology, personal care, respite, and adult day services. One of the benefits of such a program for caregivers is that it reduces the need for out-of-pocket expenses associated with caregiving, and also provides an array of benefits, again, that can support unpaid caregivers to remain in their role. Next slide. Moving to a different group of caregivers, which are kinship caregivers. They're a unique group of caregivers, and the need for kinship caregivers is certainly growing, particularly due to the impacts of substance use in our nation and the impacts that has on children. Kinship caregivers are an important resource to ensure the needs of children are met when their parents are not able to take care of them. It's a way of keeping families together and avoiding the need to involve the formal child welfare system. Washington is unusual in that we've had a state-funded program for kinship caregivers since 2004. The Kinship Caregiver Support Program was created to address the urgent needs of children living with low-income grandparents and relatives raising children without involvement of the formal child welfare system. The program was created as a result of the Washington State Institute for Public Policy report, which found that financial needs were the #1 challenge facing family caregivers. The Kinship Caregiver Support Program provides an average of about $300 per child to meet sudden necessities such as housing deposits, beds, car seats, school clothing, diapers, and extracurricular activities that often come with out-of-pocket expenses for the kinship caregiver. Kinship caregivers in Washington are also able to access Kinship Navigator services in 30 of 39 of our counties and in 8 of our tribes. These navigators promote knowledge and awareness of available resources for health, financial, legal, and other support services. They refer to support groups, kinship closets, and legal clinics. We're working to have the Kinship Navigator program recognized as an evidence-based program, And we are working with our children's services to really look under the Family First Prevention Act initiative to develop our kinship services and our Navigator program as an evidence-based assessment protocol for kinship caregivers that can be recognized at the national level. Next slide. So I do want to echo my support for the recommendations presented by the Center for Medicare Advocacy. Introducing recommendations into Medicare would ensure a benefit package that is available to all beneficiaries, that is portable as individuals move from state to state, and it would also not require individuals to impoverish themselves for needed services. I do hope that one of the messages you've received through this presentation is that there are a lot of different strategies states can take to support family and kinship caregivers. As you may know, states each have their unique political and budget environments, and funding, particularly in the face of the COVID pandemic, is going to be a challenge for many of us in the coming 2 to 3 years. There are steps that can be taken that don't cost a lot of money, and other steps certainly require a heavier policy or budget lift. From my perspective, states do understand the importance of caregivers and that supporting caregivers is a priority in many states, including in Washington. We all have to start where we are to assess the best policy changes that will move us forward in our environments, to provide really responsive caregiver-centric services and policies that support our caregivers. In Washington, we have found it valuable to leverage the flexibility offered in the Older Americans Act and general fund state dollars to really innovate and test policies and services that support our policy goals of helping individuals remain in their own home and receiving care from those with whom they are most comfortable and connected. Through these projects and services, we are able to collect valuable data. We're able to evaluate outcomes, which we use to advocate for statutory and appropriation changes needed to expand services to broader populations in Washington. We have also learned that supporting family caregivers not only provides opportunities for individuals who need long-term services and supports to remain in their own home, but it also helps caregivers to address their own health and wellness and reduces the likelihood that the caregiver will find a need to enter the Medicaid-funded program. Expanding services to caregivers is an important strategy in responding to the changing age demographics in our country and in diverting people from expensive settings and services, particularly in Medicaid-funded long-term care. We do recommend that states scan their policies and statutes to remove barriers for family caregivers so that they can provide the full breadth of personal care and medical services to their loved ones. And we also recommend low-cost options that provide clinical oversight and training for caregivers that do provide medical treatments and therapies to their loved ones, and also that there are alternatives when families are uncomfortable doing those therapies, that medical services can be accessed either under Medicare or under Medicaid. Next slide, please. Utilizing methods to better understand the needs of caregivers nationally and in states helps us target strategies and advocacy efforts. In Washington, we've used the behavioral health risk factor surveillance system, as well as partnered with our state AARP office to survey caregivers. Moving questions from optional modules in the BRFIS to the core set of questions would help us better understand how the experience of caregivers differ across states and also ensure a consistent data set upon which to make policy and budget decisions, not just at the state level, but at the national level as well. States are paving the way, testing policies such as paid family medical leave and public long-term care insurance models, and helping to ensure caregivers are identified when patients are discharged from acute hospitals. More can be done in that regard, both in terms of the state and the national levels. We can also always use additional support in expanding resources for initiatives such as Aging and Disability Resource Centers, the Older Americans Act, or passage of programs that include enhanced federal match for states that expand caregiver services designed to delay or divert Medicaid spend down. Examples where the federal government has passed laws that allow enhanced federal match, things like the Money Follows the Person demonstration, Those have really been utilized by states to move their systems forward, and helps relieve some of the financial burden of coming up with the full state match. In addition, legislators are increasingly interested in implementing evidence-based interventions in Washington, and I'm sure that's true in other states as well. Evidence-based programs I'm a real fan of, but I will say that they can be extremely complicated and expensive to implement and bring to a statewide scale. So strategies that would help reduce the administrative burden and costs associated with implementation of these programs, I think would be very welcomed by states. Next slide. So again, I just want to reiterate, I appreciate the opportunity to talk about ways states can and do support family caregivers, and I'm really looking forward to the dialogue and questions that I hope this presentation sparked for you as council members.
Thank you so much, Bea. So we've really heard quite a breadth of information about what's going on in Washington State, both with their Medicaid programs as well as the broad range of state programs that Washington administers for family caregivers. So, council members, questions for Bea? I don't believe. Oh, yeah.
Greg, this is Alan.
Yes.
I don't have a question. I just have a series of comments. Bea, that was just a incredibly informative presentation. And congratulate you and your colleagues for putting together what I believe to be one of the most comprehensive, well-articulated programs. I know I learned a lot, and there's so much of it I want to hope the council can take forward. So thank you very much for the presentation and the comprehensive nature of it. And then just one other comment that I want to call out a special appreciation to of your ability to to assign a value, a monetary value to caregiving, and what would happen with a reduction of, I think you said a fifth or percentage, and calculate that into an actual dollar amount. I think that's really so important for us to think about doing at a national level as well. And you've given us a good model for that. And the T-Care data is also very impressive in reducing the diversion, or at least apparently serving as an important tool to diversion of nursing home care. So I don't have any questions, but just thank you for that. And there's a lot I think we should pull forward into our general discussions, Greg.
Great, thank you. Other questions from council members?
Yeah, this is Casey. I'd like to echo Alan's comments about just thanking you, Bea, for sharing this wonderful work from Washington State. And one of the thoughts I had as you were sharing was regarding the caregiver outcomes from the T-Care data. And I know that there's a lot of evidence in supporting the aging in place, cost effectiveness component versus, having to go into long-term care. And I was just really struck by those outcomes for the caregivers, and wondered if you or if anyone else, Greg, I don't know if we want to just put this as another piece of data we could consider trying to find or evaluate, but what are the cost implications of all of those reductions in stress and anxiety, and having to, have the caregiver concepts of stress being reduced? What's the cost impact in our health system on that? Because I think that's just as important as looking at the cost effectiveness of aging in place models versus having to go into some kind of long-term care or placement. So I was just curious if you or anyone in Washington State has looked at those, the cost effectiveness analyses, or if, Greg, I don't know if we have anyone else who might be able to speak to that, but I was just really struck because it is so powerful to see how much of an impact these programs have on caregivers, and that is the bedrock of how we're able to take care of our older adults. So, and for those you know, those who need care regardless of their age. So thank you so much, Bea. I appreciate it.
So
Yeah,
Casey,
absolutely.
go ahead.
I would just say that there's a lot more that we could study and need to study around the cost implications for the caregiver in terms of reductions in Medicare expenditures, because many of our caregivers themselves are 80 or 85 caring for a spouse. And we have not been able to do that. We are getting access to Medicare data, so I think we're positioning ourselves to be able to look at some of those things, both for the care receiver and the caregiver. I think one of the things that we've learned is to push this forward and get the additional general fund state investments necessary has required us to focus on what are the benefits for keeping care receivers out of the Medicaid system. But our policy folks have been very vocal throughout this process is don't forget these are caregiver-centric services. I know a number of you talked about that in the Medicare presentation as well. And we need to do a better job of really understanding the impacts on the caregiver. And part of our goals in delivering these services is to reduce the burden and the stress and the depression and things that caregivers do experience just as a nature of their role. Now, having said that, we all know there's a lot of uplifts associated with the sense of helping our loved ones to die at home and to live full lives. But the reality is, even in the best of situations, there is a lot of stress and burden associated with trying to balance caregiving with the rest of life. So I appreciate your comments.
Greg, this is Rhonda. Thank you. I have a question for the end, but I wanted to comment on the previous question. We do have data from the earlier studies, the randomized studies, that one of the most significant impacts on caregivers from our early work was on the presence of depression. And we have had people sort of extrapolate that to what is the cost of depression for, you know, what's the differences in terms of cost of care for people who are depressed. So that would be one avenue to pursue in terms of actual cost and benefits for the caregivers. Bea, thank you for the presentation. I would like you to, can you talk about, for the council, the fact that you actually have the Medicaid waivers for two types, and I want you to focus on the prevention aspect of your program, because I think that's kind of critical for this group.
You know, so certainly in terms of our Medicaid program, and we are in the third year of a 5-year 1115 Medicaid demonstration waiver, in which we are showing by supporting family caregivers and supporting individuals who have not yet spent down to Medicaid, you really are allowing folks to remain in their own home, to maintain some level of funding to maintain their home environment. And in doing that, really prevent kind of the decline that happens either through long-term caregiving in terms of health and wellness for a caregiver, or even the decline that can happen just due to the aging process for the care recipient. So it's really about getting services in before somebody becomes Medicaid eligible and being able to prevent that kind of trajectory that we all see in terms of spend down, but also in terms of people's functional level getting worse before services are actually asked for. And as Rhonda said, when we expanded our family caregiver program in 2012, one of the goals that we had is we learned through TCare and through our work that we were capturing caregivers really at the very end of their caregiver journey, when there were very high levels of stress and burden, and it was almost too late to make some of the difference that we wanted to make. And so by going to the legislature and requesting additional funding, our goal was really to move upstream and try to capture caregivers earlier in their caregiver journey, when you can make a much bigger difference in terms of their quality of life by doing the caregiver assessment and by wrapping the right kinds of services and supports, and also just educating them as to the resources that are available so they're not feeling as isolated and alone in that caregiving journey as many people who are not accessing services or aware of what's available experience. So Rhonda, was that what you were referring to?
Yes, and the fact that you actually have benefit of using Medicaid funds for TCare in advance, that I think that's really the critical piece as well.
Yeah, and we are using Medicaid funds for people that typically are not Medicaid eligible, and that's very, very unique to get CMS approval to be able to do that. And we have learned through some of the early evaluation that we are saving significant amounts of money in the Medicaid program by wrapping these preventative services around caregivers and also individuals without caregivers.
Great. Thank you, Bea. So being mindful of time, it's 2:35 here on the East Coast, and we have built in a 15-minute break this time around. So what I'd like to do is let's take our break for 10 minutes and come back at 2:45 Eastern time. And we will then hear a summary and an update on the listening sessions and the focus groups that have occurred since our last meeting. So if I could ask council members to please don't disconnect from Zoom. Just, turn off your camera, mute your microphone, go do what you need to do, and then come back here in 10 minutes and we will resume at that point. Thank
Greg,
you.
can I ask Bea?
Yeah. Yes? Who was that?
Greg, this is James Shealy. Can I ask Bea a question while we're breaking, if she's still there?
She might still be there.
I'm
Go
happy
ahead.
I'm happy to do that.
Go for it,
To
James.
stay on during the break. Hi.
I'm sorry, I just have a question. In the last little bit of comment that you made, you talked about the fact of, and I'm gonna probably botch the way you said it, but informing people of resources that are available.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
How successful in Washington? Don't laugh at me till I'm done.
I'm maybe getting ahead of you, but I'm thinking of what you're going to say. But go ahead.
Okay. How successful do you feel that you were in truly letting people know about what were available? And if so, what kind of percentages of coverage do you really think you had?
Yeah, that's a great question, James. I think because you've asked that question, you probably know that caregivers really do not self-identify as caregivers, and it's extremely challenging to outreach to caregivers and have them and find them and have them actually recognize that you're talking to them and that these services could help them. So what I would say about that is that we borrowed some marketing strategies from Minnesota and have used those marketing strategies, which is really kind of a visual marketing strategy to help caregivers recognize that, yes, what they're doing is taking mom to the grocery store or taking grandma to the doctor's office, and they call it being a daughter or being a son or being a good neighbor. We call it caregiving. Really to try to make it very personal and to have people recognize that what they are doing is caregiving, has value, and that there are services and supports that can help them continue in that caregiving role. I would say that that campaign has helped us be more successful than we were prior to using that campaign. But I would also tell you that we are capturing out of that 850,000, unpaid family caregivers in Washington, we are probably only serving about 2% of them. So there is a long way to go in terms of really ensuring that people are aware that what they're doing is caregiving, that they feel comfortable accessing services and asking for help and don't see that as a failure, and also in getting the kind of funding needed to support that much larger group of people going without services today.
So primary focus seems to be just simply letting people know in the first place that things exist.
Exactly. And again, that what they are doing has a name. And that there's services dedicated to helping them be successful in their caregiving role.
Thank you for taking my question while we were breaking. Appreciate
Yeah,
it very much.
absolutely. I appreciate the question.
It's a good question, and we have a lot of resistance from spouses of severely injured veterans who do not want, and neither does the veteran, to be called a caregiver or care receiver. It's incumbent upon us to make sure they have the information nonetheless and access to the services they're eligible for, regardless if they call themselves a caregiver. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. And I think, you know, as I've talked to individuals with disabilities over the years, it's a touchy subject because when you talk about the stress and burden of caregiving, there's a lot of reaction from the person receiving that care around, you know, it being described in that way. And in fact, you know, in some cases, people won't ask for help because they don't want to be a burden, right, on their loved ones. And we have that issue as well. So it's a delicate, I think, balance around talking about the realities of caregivers without creating, you know, issues for the care recipient that are unintended.
Absolutely. Thank you for your sensitivity.
Yeah.
B, this is Brenda Gallant from Maine. I'm just interested to know a little bit more about the family caregiver assessment. Who carries that out and what triggers it? And, you know, it's a really interesting idea. So I'd just like to hear a little bit more about that.
Sure. So the caregiver assessment is done in our area agency on aging system. So we have 13 area agencies on aging in Washington. And of course, they provide and coordinate the Older Americans Act and a lot of state-funded programs, including our state-funded family caregivers, but they also have a large role in our Medicaid programs. They case manage the in-home population of our Medicaid long-term services and supports for the 18 plus population. So the way most people get to know about the family caregiver support program is hopefully they see some of our marketing strategies or somebody refers them to us, and we have a no wrong door philosophy. So whether they call the Department of Social and Health Services or they call their local AAA, you know, we're asking a few screening questions, and when we realize that there is a family caregiver involved, we try to get them to a family caregiver specialist. So they're either coming in through an intake line here for state Medicaid, or often coming in through an aging and disability resource center or senior information and assistance at the AAA. And they're really, and we have spent a lot of time training our staff to really listen for whether or not there's a caregiver involved, since people don't really identify that way. And then get them to a caregiver specialist. We do a brief screen, caregiving screen, that is part of the TCARE process. Through that, we're really learning kind of in a scoring mechanism and a fairly short conversation, kind of where the stress and burdens are. And then we talk to folks about what they're open to in terms of whether they're open to doing the full assessment, which is, you know, is a long assessment and a very detailed in-depth assessment. And we've really created kind of the culture that hopefully we can be helpful. And if people really only just want the screen and to be referred to a support group, we'll do that. And hopefully they'll come back and develop that relationship and trust to feel comfortable enough to allow someone to come out and do a full assessment with them. Once they do the assessment, they're on board. I mean, they feel so much better, again, just through that conversation and being able to share their own journey. And then to see through kind of an algorithm, an evidence-based algorithm, what services might be designed to really help reduce the specific stress and burdens that a caregiver might be, whether that's depression, whether that's a relationship burden, whether that's, you know, I don't see myself anymore as a spouse. I see myself as only a caregiver, and that's really, you know, causing a lot of stress and strain. How do you either move people to better understand and accept the place that they're in their caregiver journey, or can you actually help them be more of a spouse than a caregiver by introducing services like housekeeping and errands and respite?
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
You're doing great. I've got to really look more at what you're doing so we can do more of that in Maine. So thank you so much.
Yeah, we're happy to share information. We did a really in-depth technical assistance visit with Alaska. They sent some of their staff down as well as with some legislative staff. And we did a really deep dive in kind of what we've learned and the data that we have, because Alaska wants to implement, you know, many of the same kinds of strategies that we have. So we love it when other states do it, and we always learn from other states in those conversations, things that we'd like to do as well.
Thank you so much.
There's a think tank at the Society of Actuaries that's looking at what some of the pre-claim interventions are that can be done prior, and looking at efficacy. You know, where are the studies out there, which I know there are, like T-Care and things like that, that prove that there's return on investment when you do activities that intervene while someone's in the home, like caregiver training and caregiver assessment, some of the things you're talking about, home safety modification. So I would love to at some point talk to you about maybe having you speak to that group. So I'll be following up at some point.
Yeah, we'd be happy to do that. And we have a researcher within our department that's done a lot of the data behind what we're showing, like the 20% reduction. And he's an excellent speaker as well, and can speak more actuarial speak than, although I'm getting better at that with our trust.
Personally, I like how you speak better, but you're right, for that audience, that might hypnotize them more appropriately.
And we can do presentations together. We've done that a lot around like our Medicare savings project and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Because there's legislation to try to get to allow long-term care insurance companies to be able to provide some services pre-claim as preventive services. I mean, I make it sound so easy. It's requiring change in the IRS HIPAA rules, but there is interest in it.
It's interesting to think about that, and also think about the applicability into health plans, because we've often said, you know, there is so much that health plans could be doing to support caregivers and care recipients in a preventative nature that would prevent some of the claims coming in on the back end, like falls prevention is a great example.
Right. No, everybody's asking for those kind of, you know, show me the value. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think so. Welcome back, everyone. It is just 2:47 here on the East Coast, and I think we should go ahead and pick back up with our agenda. The first two presentations were really thought-provoking and excellent, so I just want to thank our presenters again, and remind you all you are welcome to stick around for the rest of the meeting and just hear what's being said and discussed. On the next portion of our agenda, we're going to hear from Eileen Tell with ET Consulting, and Dr. Pamela Nadash, who's Associate Professor at the Department of Gerontology at the University of Massachusetts. As you all recall, in May, Dr. Nadash presented a very summary and preliminary analysis of the RFI that we fielded, the request for information that we fielded in the winter, where we heard back from 1,600 plus individuals, many of whom, I think it was like 75% of whom were family caregivers. And she provided a great summary of and an analysis of the information so far, and they're continuing to work on analyzing that information, and all of that will be pulled together and will be used to begin building out a section of the initial report to Congress. But during their presentation, they also had indicated, Dr. Nadash also indicated that they were starting to set up some focus groups with family caregivers to delve a little bit deeper into some of the themes that began to emerge in the RFI. And so since our meeting in May, 4 of those focus groups have been held. The rest have all been scheduled for the next several weeks. And so Eileen and Pamela are going to give you all some feedback and provide you with an overview of sort of the scope of what we heard in these 4 listening sessions so far, and talk to you about what's going on coming up. So Eileen and Pamela, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. You can go to the next slide if you like. I am honored and humbled to follow such great presentations. I learned a tremendous amount, and I'm really thrilled to hear the synergies between some of the ideas and suggestions and solutions and programs that are in place that can support family caregivers, and how well they fit with some of what we're starting to hear in the focus groups, and we've only just begun. So that's really, really nice to hear everything kind of pulling together. So why don't we go to the next slide, which will show you and the next one, just to show you what we're going to talk about today. I'm going to just briefly summarize what the research design was for the listening sessions, some of the major takeaways so far, what have we learned. And we focus these sessions on understanding what kind of solutions do family caregivers want. We know a lot about their challenges, their needs, their concerns, the barriers. We want to know what kinds of solutions that we've been thinking about and exploring resonate most with them, or most valued by them. What are some differences that we saw in the preliminary focus groups by different types of caregivers in different situations? And what surprised us, unexpected results, and then I want to tell you a lot about the plans for the future groups, because we have more ahead of us than we've done so far. So we will be back to report on those as we move forward. So let's go to the next slide, please. Just to recap what we've done so far, we had 4 focus groups. 2 of them were with parents of children with special needs or disabilities, and 2 of them were with any other kind of caregiver situation. And these ended up being mostly with older adults caring for a spouse. Mostly it was a parent or grandparent, in fact, this time around. We did separate the groups by either higher levels of education and income or lower, because we wanted to see whether education and income had an influence on the ability to get resources, to training, information services, workplace issues, those sorts of things. We suspected that might be a variable, so we wanted to separate the groups on that and explore whether those concerns were different. Same reason we separated out parents caring for children with all other types of caregiving situations. These were just hour-long focus groups, so it was really important to drill down on those issues and give everybody good airtime. These were all for virtual focus groups, I should say. They were planned that way back when, and it turned out to be very good that we did, because we were conducting these during lockdown, shutdown for everybody. And so we also had to do some accommodations to make sure that people were comfortable talking about these issues at a time when their caregiving strain was heightened because of COVID. And we did talk during the groups about what was better or worse, how did COVID impact their caregiving, but to set it aside so that it didn't dominate the conversation, because we wanted to understand their whole caregiving experience before COVID, and what needs they had and would have going forward. So let's go to the next slide, please. This shows you just the rough outline of the guide that we use to have the conversation. And the emphasis, as I said, for the research was to focus on caregivers' response to the solutions and their priorities for different options, that policy options and programs that were being considered. And the discussion guide was was formulated based very much on the driver diagram that the council's been working on and the solutions that were in there, as well as the RFI analysis that you had presented at the last session, and the priorities that were identified there. And we wanted to delve more deeply and get this group's response to those priorities and solutions, and have them articulate further why they were important to them, and to brainstorm some others that might not have been mentioned. So we focused first on getting a reaction to the list of concerns that had emerged from the RFI, from the closed category list that was provided, and asked people to choose from that list what was their top concern. And I'll show you the materials we used to elicit these responses in a minute. And then talk about that. Why is that your number one priority concern? And then we divided the concerns into two domains. One is caregiver supports and services, and the other was financial and workplace concerns and solutions. And we basically, those were the other two parts of the conversation. So let me just show you on the next slide what the, we call it stimuli, what the materials were that we presented to the group to start the conversation. I apologize for this. This is about as artistic as I get. I did not get a good grade in art in school. But we showed people, these are the priorities that emerged from the RFI for the closed category question. What is the single most important option for improving the lives of family caregivers? In the RFI, people were just asked to say which of the following are important, and they were allowed to check more than one. So we wanted to use this as an opportunity across all the groups that we're going to do, starting with these first four, to try to get a sense of what's the number one important to groups across them. So we asked people to choose their number one and tell us why. So this was the beginning of the conversation. Let's go to the next slide here. Then we spent a great deal of time talking about caregiver supports and services. And the first half of that group, which include respite, daycare, these aren't exactly how we presented it. I think we just said daycare, information and referral, caregiver training and education, and care transitions. And we walked through with the groups what these were, and then had them talk about each of them and what they meant to them. On the next slide, for the last half of the conversation, we focused on financial and workplace help, and workplace protections, tax incentives, retirement support, direct pay support, and different technology in the home modifications and aids like that. And again, all of this comes out of the driver diagrams and the RFI comments solution recommendations that folks made. So let me now share with you some of the findings from the focus groups, as well as to provide some background what the participants look like. So this is across all the four, and if anyone's interested, we have a session by session summary that outlines the demographics of each group and some findings that were unique to each. And I will get into group differences in a minute. The participant ages ranged from 28 to 71. We did a good job of balancing within each group so that we had a mix of ages and demographics and caregiver situations, and across all the groups as well, on marital status, employment status, and then also on the type of caregiving situation in terms of the conditions of the individual they were caring for, and whether they had helpers caring as well, other family, or they were on their own, and the types of conditions. So let's go to the next slide, please. So when we talked about priority concerns with that first slide that you saw, just looking across all the populations, we see, and this is roughly in order, but not exactly, we see that caregiver training and education, and that's why I was so intrigued with what Bea was talking about with caregiver training needs. Caregiver training and education came out as a really important priority need for folks across both groups. Respite care, another important priority. Workplace accommodations, and the next three are all fall in the category of financial stress and financial needs for the caregiver. Workplace accommodations, direct pay for caregiving, and tax incentives to address the financial needs and impacts for the caregiver. Information and referral, and care coordination. And we'll go into what specifically individuals express concern about within each of those domains, and then the differences across the group. So let's go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So with respect to caregiver training, there were several different aspects of caregiver training. They worried, of course, about being trained for the medical aspects of the caregiving that they had to do, but also the everyday support and the anxiety, managing the anxiety, the stress, the behavioral component of their loved ones, in particular for folks that were dealing with dementia care, for example. I have some illustrative quotes here. I don't know if you want me to read them or not. My eyesight is probably not as good as everybody else's. But we have, one of them is very general. The first person just said, "My son is autistic. I didn't even know what it meant when he was diagnosed. If someone could have explained to me, I would have been able to help him in the beginning." So it's just a very broad kind of need of sort of, where do I begin? What do I do? And then the next quote speaks to the issue of the medical need. This was a mother who had a child who needed a PICC line and didn't have any sense of, she was like shown once and then told, go home and figure it out, and was really anxious about, how do I do this skilled care activity on my own? And then the last quote, I need training on how to emotionally deal with my work, some skills to psychologically work with her. So this was somebody who was dealing with a mom who was difficult emotionally. She told a colorful story about making her favorite soup, which had been demanded for all day, and then the mom threw it against the wall and then said, "Where's my soup?" So the stories are very colorful and easy to remember. So on the next slide, these folks also had ideas about where they'd want to get their caregiver training, and there was a wide array. There was interest in a place you could go, so like sort of like a class, and maybe this speaks to the need to get together and get some support from other caregivers. There was also interest in someone coming into the house and showing me how it's done. And then another individual talked about online courses and videos that you could watch. So there's probably receptivity to a lot of different approaches for training. So let's move to the next one, information and referral. There were concerns about how person-centered, how specific to my situation and my need. When I get information and referral, which is hard to get, how particular to my situation is it? Is it a self-referral? Is it just, convenience and self-interest? Or is it really about my individual loved one's needs? And so there was a desire to know more about the transparency of how are these recommendations, when you do get a recommendation for a service, how is it made? And wanting to have some assurances about that process. So let's go to the next slide, please. Folks have talked earlier about respite care, and these folks definitely recognize the need that they had for respite care. In fact, especially in the first group, they saw the focus group as respite care. One woman was in a closet, and she said she told her husband the group started a half hour before it did, because she brought a book into the closet with her and couldn't wait to have some time by herself, away from responsibility. So there's a real strong desire for respite care. But at the same time, there are a lot of barriers emotionally and logistically to being able to receive that respite care. A lot of guilt associated with taking time off, a lot of worry about the quality of care that will be provided in the caregiver's absence, a lot of worry about how competent the replacement caregiving will be, and then also the cost, and worry about the care recipient accepting a substitute caregiver. So the next couple of slides, I'll just show you. These are some of the quotes. The first two talk about the need for respite care. And then the second two talk about the anxiety associated with using respite care, the worry that comes along with it, which were the two sides of the coin that we saw people talking about around respite care issues. Care coordination, again, was also a concern. People understood that they didn't know what they didn't know, that there was probably information out there, but they didn't know how to get it. They didn't know how to address with changing care needs. They were frustrated by how, I've already filled out forms once, but every time I go for another service, I have to fill out the same forms again. Why can't one agency know what the other one is doing? Why do I have to keep repeating the same information? And just the challenges in getting coordination. You talked about, when Bea talked about the needs assessment for the caregiver, this was something we tried to get them to talk about, a needs assessment for themselves, and it was such a foreign concept to them. I'm fascinated to hear about the responsiveness once they got there. I think that's a really important issue that we would like to follow up on in the subsequent focus groups. And that is something I want feedback on when we get to that point, is what other topics, as you review what we've talked with folks about, and if you want to review the discussions we've already had, you're welcome to, but we would like more direction on what else should we be asking people to give us feedback on. So let's go to the next slide and talk about the area where we had lots of discussion was around the financial impacts of caregiving. And these covered the issues of workplace accommodation, tax incentives, and direct pay for caregiving work. And there was a lot of talk about the financial challenges, both for parents caring for children and also for all other caregiving situations. And there was the financial impacts have been huge for these people. Let me go to the next slide. How am I doing for time, Greg? I feel like I'm okay. All right.
No, you're good. You've got about 23 minutes, including discussion and questions.
Okay. I felt like I was taking too long. So with respect to workplace accommodations, overall respondents just felt like the options that exist were much too limited in terms of the allowances that they provided, in terms of the time that they could take off, the conditions for which they could take off. That many employers didn't have family leave available, and the conditions for paid time off didn't extend to other extended family members. The situations that they had didn't fit, and there wasn't enough time off. And even sick leave didn't allow them, unless they were sick or a child was sick, but it didn't cover taking care of a grandparent, for example. So there were severe limitations. Many of these people had a hard time maintaining a full-time job, and in some groups there was a lot of regret about that. One woman's self-esteem just was devastated. She drew so much of her sense of self and self-worth, and was so torn because she felt like no one could care for her child the way she could, and was thrilled to be her child's caregiver and advocate, yet had so loved her career and so gained so much self-esteem from her career. And she was just so torn, and so wished that there had been more workplace accommodations so she could have a little of both. They were just difficult stories to hear. there were suggestions for ways that time off could be earned for caregiving responsibilities. On the next slide, we talk about direct pay for caregiving. And there was a lot of interest in receiving direct pay. There was some knowledge of programs like the California In-Home Supportive Services, where I think there was somebody who was actually getting paid for being a family caregiver. And then there was interest and support for the idea to be recognized with financial compensation that matches the level of commitment and input that these folks are providing, and that it would be helpful. There was also concern with the expenses associated with caregiving, the home modifications, the medication expense, the out-of-pocket medical care, transportation expenses, and then just the financial burden of caregiving and the impact of having perhaps a one income household as opposed to two. Where the direct pay would help. So on the next slide, we also wanted to pursue some of the suggestions that came out of the RFI analysis around tax incentives, credits and deductions for caregiving, or allowing some extra Social Security credits for hours worked as caregivers. And there was support for all of those ideas. There was interest in that. The ability to count any care recipient as a dependent for tax purposes, to be able to deduct caregiver expenses, and also support for extra credit for Social Security. People were understanding that this would probably be politically difficult, but interested in the concept and certainly would like to see that happen. Obviously, the older participants were more keen on gaining Social Security credits than some of the younger folks. That was just too far in the future, I think, for them to realize that as an option that might benefit them. So let's go to the next slide. There certainly was a lot of overlap in the concerns that we saw in terms of information and referral, care coordination, caregiver training needs, and financial and workplace issues across all the groups. Broadly speaking, there was a lot of overlap, but some of the specific solutions that would best meet their needs and some of the concerns that folks had did vary by the groups. And in this case, we were mostly looking at the difference between parents caring for children with disabilities and other family caregivers. And we have to keep in mind that we've only done 2 groups of each at this point in time. So, and again, that focus groups are very exploratory in nature. This is qualitative research, so we don't have a sample large enough to draw any conclusions from. But overall, we did see that parents caring for children with disabilities, care training needs seemed to be much more intense, and they also had a broader spectrum of the kinds of training needs that they had because of the needs of their children in terms of medical, behavioral, and other types of needs. And there was a higher priority for them on direct pay for caregiving solutions and workplace accommodations. And while they had a need for respite care, they seemed to have a greater reluctance on using it. There was a greater sense of being indispensable in some way, or fear of letting someone else care for their child than we saw with the older family caregivers. Again, they were more open to the respite care, realized they needed it. Still some reluctance and anxiety about it for sure. And certainly interested in tax incentives and financial and workplace accommodations, but a different level of pressing need than we saw with some of the younger parents caregiving. I want to pause and give Pamela a chance to also speak and talk about some of the findings and the differences across groups. And before I continue, because I don't want to get too far along and have her be frustrated that I missed something really important.
No, I think, Eileen, you're doing a fantastic job. I think you've covered a lot of the main issues. I see on this slide the unexpected results. Some of the things I was thinking about as you were talking, but in that, you know, the parents, there were some areas where the parents were very distinct. And I think part of that had to do with the fact that most of the parents were clearly the primary caregiver. And in the cases of the other populations, I would say that it wasn't always clear that that person was the primary caregiver. So, sorry, I don't actually see myself in this. Here we go. Here I am. All right. So in those cases, you know, it seemed kind of obvious that the reduced burden had to do with the fact that they were sharing caregiving responsibilities with other people. So I think that was a big thing. And the pay issues, as this slide shows, the pay issues were really very different in the two groups, where the parent caregivers seemed to be much more interested in being paid, whereas what we found with some of the other caregivers was there were a few who had that response. Remember, Eileen, the Italian guy who's like, I'm Italian, we don't, you know, we do it, that's what we do. Right. So that was kind of interesting. And one of the things we're going to be exploring further, we do one of the listening sessions is going to be focusing on Hispanic populations. So it'll be interesting to see how people's responses to that notion, that is that maybe pay is, you know, they might be reluctant to ask for being paid because they feel that it's their responsibility to provide this kind of support. So anyway, so yeah, and so the other issues here, the other interesting one was in one of the sessions, we had a bit of time and there were a number of caregivers whose family members had passed away. So I took the opportunity to press them on issues around end of life. So that was really interesting. And what was, I think, appalling to all of us who were in the know was how incredibly badly people understood end of life supports and issues. You know, all kinds of inaccurate information was voiced by the participants. I think all of us were sitting there like, no, that's wrong. So that was pretty upsetting. That was something I think we might want to explore further in some of our other focus groups. And Eileen and I will talk later about how we're planning the other follow-up focus groups to probe on some of these interesting issues that were uncovered in these focus groups. So I think I'll hand it back to Eileen.
Okay. Yeah, well, let's just go to the next slide. It's a good setup for that, which we didn't plan, but worked well. We are doing 6 more focus groups of this exact type, 4 with family caregivers caring for adults, and 2 more with parents caring for children. What will be different about them is that instead of trying to cover both the long-term services and supports solutions and the financial and workplace accommodations in one group, we're going to focus, we're going to split those topics out. And in one session, we'll focus specifically on the services and supports, and on the other, we'll focus on workplace and financial accommodations. So we'll have twice as much time for each topic as we did in the first round. That's why I would love feedback on what should we drill down more on. Hospice care, end of life is one issue we've already identified. These concerns around respite care and caregiver training, I think, are other areas, as we've seen unfold, pay for caregivers. So we'll have more time to delve during the conversations on those issues. There will also be, as Pam mentioned, a focus group with Spanish-speaking families. They will include both Spanish speaking only and individuals who are bilingual and can speak both Spanish and English to understand what additional barriers perhaps might be in place for non-English speaking populations that are taking care of family members. And then there will be, I'll skip to the bottom there, we're going to do 2 special population focused listening sessions with teen caregivers or young youth caregivers, I suppose is the correct language. We're learning about this as we go. Working in collaboration with the American Association of Caregiving Youth. We just got our, miraculously, I see from Pam, got our IRB approved to expand to this new population, and we'll be doing a focus group listening session with caregiving youth. And then grandparents caring for grandchildren in collaboration with Generations United. The collaboration is needed in order to get the population with whom we'll be speaking in a focus group setting. So we'll be doing those 2. And then the last 2 listening sessions will be with stakeholders. There'll be provider and service organizations and advocacy organizations, many of whom probably are on this call, on this committee, and will be, we haven't developed the discussion guide for those sessions yet, but they will probably reflect a lot of the learning we've gotten from the consumer listening sessions and from the work that you've been doing as a council, and bouncing ideas off of those important groups. So the last thing I want to say is that if anybody wants to help us recruit parents caring for children for the focus groups, we only need something like 16 people, but it's not something that the traditional focus group recruiting methodology is really primed to provide. So talk to your friends and family, and it's $100. And we saw our parents get a lot of emotional support from each other. So think of it as paid respite care that pays the caregiver. So
Emotional support.
yes, emotional support. So thank you. I do tend to talk fast. I'm from the Northeast, so I hope that wasn't too quick, but happy to take whatever questions you guys may have.
Great. Thank you both. As you all can see, the focus groups that have been done so far, in my mind, and I was able to tune in to 2 of them that were occurring live, really added some depth and nuance to what we gathered in the RFI. And I think I hopefully speak for all of us in that we really want the voice of family caregivers across the age and disability spectrum to be infused in this report and in our work. And I think this is such a great way to get that. And so I'm going to throw it open to questions from the council for Eileen and Pam.
This is Carol. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So you talked about the lack of understanding in hospice and where you might drill down. Have you thought about a discussion that drills down into the difference between palliative and hospice and how that might be a glide path to those end-of-life decisions?
Well, the problem was that people really had so little awareness of all of those things. They didn't know the difference between palliative care and hospice care, and they just didn't have a clue. So I think it's definitely something that we can further explore, because we only covered it in the one focus group. And I think, Eileen, we've been talking about, in terms of the recruitment, trying to group together people who are, we screen people before they are assigned to the focus group, and trying to make sure that we have a bunch of people who have loved ones who have passed in one group, so that we can focus on that issue.
Right. And yes, and we do. I know that they've been asking me about that, and I wanted to share a phone number. Some people have been asking how can they help us with recruitment. And Greg, I'm searching for the phone number that I gave you. because I didn't print it out yet, but there's a phone number that folks, we're not actually doing the recruiting ourselves, but I will find it and post it. There's a phone number that if anybody has interest in participating, they just need to call the phone number and then give the individual who answers the study number, and then they can be screened to see.
I'm
Do you
going to
have
look
it?
for that. I'm going to look for that
Okay.
phone number and the study number, and I will
Put it
type
in the
it into.
chat.
I'll put it in the chat box. So
Perfect.
let me
Thank you.
find it, and I'll do that in a second.
Okay, thank you.
So
there's there's a typical, with a focus group, there's a recruitment screener just to see if somebody qualifies based on our criteria. And they will put them through the screener and see if they have the time available. The parent groups are August 5th and 6th. And the other groups are the July 28, 29, 30, and August 4th, if I'm remembering correctly.
Can I ask her a question? Question, Greg. This is Alicia. Is there any way that there's any guarantee that you'll have a diverse group of folks? Is there something, like, should there be a more aggressive strategy that should be used, or touching bases? I know you've got a lot of contacts to make sure that we get a good sampling, because they are, I mean, the data that exists about African-American caregivers versus others, and Native Americans versus others, I think you might want to have a richer focus. Just a question.
Yeah, we actually did have, I mean, Eileen didn't provide the breakdown, but we actually did have pretty diverse respondents. We had one young woman who was from Nigeria who was looking after her sister. You know, we had Asian Americans, we had a good number of African Americans. We had a pretty good mix. We were actually pretty pleased with that.
Yeah, the goal, there were no quotas, obviously, like there would be in a survey, but the goal was to have a balance on ethnicity and race in each of the groups. And we'll extend, that's the reason we want to keep doing more groups, is to be able to do that ongoing. And then similarly in the stakeholder, in selecting the groups, the organizations, and for the stakeholder listening sessions, we have included all of the groups that represent diversity, I guess is the right word to say it. And we're working with Greg and Wendy on creating those listening session invite lists, and to address just that issue, which is important.
So what we're, Catherine, just to let you know, we are, ACL will be sending out a request for participants for these focus groups. We're going to do our Gov delivery, which goes to about 20,000 people and organizations. And then from there, we're going to further focus it to some of the organizations that stakeholders that work on the disability side of things, as well as the aging side of things, to make sure we get as diverse a group as we can possibly get.
That's great. Alan, you had a question before?
Yes, on the criteria, is there a minimum age for the child with a disability?
No. You mean for the parents?
Yeah, you know, what age parent child are they taking care of?
We didn't specify. We focused more on broadly describing for the recruiters the types of disabilities, just so they could understand what a special needs. You know, somebody said, well, I have trouble waking my kid up and getting them to get dressed and get to school and do their homework. I said, no, that's not what we're talking about. So.
Yeah, and so we are, because the work that we're doing is, you know, across age, it's encompassing of all ages. There is no lower limit or upper limit.
Good.
Yeah, the caregiving youth focus group we are limiting that by age because we wanted to make sure that, they talk about focus groups being homogenous, because you don't want an 11-year-old and an 18-year-old in the same focus group. So we're trying to restrict it to kids who are mostly high school age. Not because we don't think that the younger ones aren't important, just because we have a limited ability to investigate this issue. We're just going to do the group focusing on that age group because they're most likely to be articulate about their experiences, and also they can talk about what it was like when they were younger.
If I remember correctly from the parent groups, we had the children they cared for ranged from maybe 5 to 40, but there was only one older adult. That corresponds to the 71-year-old that we had in the group. Most of the kids were maybe from 5 to 17 who were being cared for in the parents with children with special needs group.
Yeah, we did have a number of parents who were looking after older children, children who are adult age. That guy from California, remember? And kid with mental health issues, and that older woman.
Oh, right.
So we had a few cases of that.
So are you, for the I'm sorry, this is Linda Davis. So the parent group, are you open to parents of special needs children who are over 18?
Absolutely.
Okay, because chronologically 18 may mean something in some environments, but in the special need environment, it's a much different thing. So thank you for that clarification.
It was really enlightening to have this woman whose son was 40, I think, talking about future planning and wanting to figure out how her son is going to be cared for when she's no longer here. And for her to talk about the issues she had previously versus the issues she's facing now, and hearing the other parents think, holy cow, I didn't think about that, and now there's more I have to think about. So, there's a really interesting additional dynamic of having a focus group conversation where parents have something in common, but they're at different stages perhaps, and can, respond to each other and react to each other with concern.
I'm sorry, it's very significant issue and has been for decades for our parents caring for a severely wounded, ill, and injured service member who might have had a TBI, for instance, and they're in their 40s, sometimes in their 50s, and the parent is caring for them. Yeah, huge challenge. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I follow up on the age issue?
The issue is there's so many worthwhile subpopulations of caregivers. I mean, so many different experiences that we would love to be able to delve into. And, each of the particular circumstances has really significant specific challenges. And, unfortunately, in a focus group, we can't really cover all of that specificity, so sometimes we hit it by chance and we're lucky, and other times, we just cannot be systematic in the way in which we're addressing all of these issues, even though we would very much love to.
Yeah. Mr. Cheeley, I think it was you that had a question.
I was going to, but I don't think it was me that was speaking a minute ago.
Alan was
okay.
Also.
Yeah, if I can, just a question related to this diversity issue, which I think totally support. But just a question to you all during the groups. Do you fear that there's any barriers related to nomenclature or the language we use in terms of what do our words mean to specific groups? And can I specifically say the term respite, where I see we're getting some different information from both groups. And I ask this from a perspective, if I can share, of I have a nephew who has a 5-year-old autistic son who's pretty severely autistic. And in my conversations with him, he would never use the term respite. He's seeking therapeutic experiences, care, camps, day programs. That has a very different feel than when we cared for my mother, who we were looking for a daycare that provided a safe environment and gave some respite time to my sister. So I worry and I don't know enough about the disability world, and please others speak up, because I may be wrong, and I'm basing this on a personal experience.
You're absolutely right, Alan. Not only in terms of the words we use, but just the letters that we use in sentences. Everything's got an acronym, and nobody knows what they are. So you just have to interpret what you think somebody's talking about. But even in our conversation now, you're talking about parents taking care of children with special needs. When does a child become an adult? When is it a parent taking care of an adult with special needs? There's a completely different, I'm sorry, I didn't turn my picture on. That's a completely different perspective. You know, people can look at you and say, why should we pay you to take care of your child when he's a baby? And they don't say the same thing to you when you're taking care of your child when he's 40 and you weren't expected to still be caring for him. So it's just a completely different way we interpret everything we talk about.
That's a good point. So we should, I hear you saying we should probe more with how compatible the language we use and it works for the caregivers that we're talking to, and what vocabulary they use. Listen to the words that they have.
Yes, and the needs that they are expressing, which again, I want to make sure we capture the need. Not only, there was a strong emphasis on training, but that seemed to be focused on training of the parent as opposed to seeking out professional services that support the needs of the child, or maintaining needs, addressing specific issues that may come up from time to time. That they probably don't identify that as respite.
Right.
Yeah. So one of the other terms I would just talk about is, you know, we presented them with the bullet at the beginning about caregiver assessment. You know, again, that is something that just does not resonate with people. We had to explain, you know, what that was, and why it might be. And you know, one of the points about focus groups is you're not trying to teach people things, and you know, you're supposed to get their reactions, you know, which are kind of unfiltered reactions to things. And it was really hard to talk about caregiver assessment because just, I don't know that any of them got it. Eileen, do you think?
Yeah. Right.
Well, Eileen and Pamela, thank you both so much. We are going to, like, you all have scheduled the next, all of those focus groups that are yet to do have been scheduled. And am I correct that the council, members of the council can observe those going on as they're happening?
Absolutely.
And we will send you. Yeah. Yep, we will send all of the council members the invites to those meetings with the links to the webinar platforms. You're welcome to listen in. I did on 2 of them, and I can tell you they were so moving and so powerful. And really, it was just it just added an incredible depth to the issues that we're considering. So
I have two requests. Any and all input that you have, such as you've provided now, please feel free to email or go through Greg or email us directly and say, I want to hear more about X, Y, and Z, or don't forget to do this or that in upcoming groups. Certainly welcome it for sure. And then if you do want to listen in and be an observer on any of the groups live, you just have to make sure you send me your name, email information 5 hours in advance so that I can put you, you have to, it's like a bouncer at a bar. Not that any of us have ever done that. I've never done it, but you have to be on the RSVP list or the VIP list to get admitted by the technician of the Zoom call. We don't want any Zoom bombers. So they have to put you in the correct room, in the observer room, as opposed to the participant room. So they won't let you in unless I tell them to. It makes me feel very powerful, but you have to let me know.
So council members, if there are additional topics that you would like the focus groups to dig a little deeper on, if you have other thoughts on these, please send those suggestions to the RAISE mailbox that we all use for communication. We will then wrap all of those things up. And I would say, if you can do that no later than close of business on Monday, we can then get this out to Eileen and Pamela for them to incorporate into their planning as we move ahead. Does that sound good?
Rhonda,
Yes.
can I make one comment? You were saying that the caregivers didn't understand assessment or didn't know what you were talking about. Can I suggest that you use, but on the other hand, you reported that they were concerned that if somebody was recommending something, how did that happen? Can I suggest that you talk about a caregiver interview instead of an assessment? And and then that kind of clarifies, because they're saying, how do you know enough about me that you can make a recommendation? And so I was just going to suggest approach it that way.
Great.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent suggestion. So it's exactly what Rhonda brought up. It's suggestions like that or thoughts for additional topics. If you could please forward those to the RAISE mailbox by close of business on Monday, we will then get this out to them so that we can move forward. So we are going to move into the last section of our agenda. So over the past several months, you all have provided a tremendous amount of input into the to this outline for the initial report to Congress. And Sarah Markell on our team has done a remarkable job of bringing all of that input together. And we sent out to you the outline that you have, that we have so far. And I'd like Sarah to walk you through it. And we're really wanting to get your final thoughts on any modifications, changes, or what have you. So I am going to turn it over to, we're going to actually put the report outline up on the screen so that everyone can see it. But I'm going to turn this over to Sarah to begin that discussion. So Sarah?
All right, thank you, Greg. Hello, everyone. So we're at an exciting point in our journey toward completing the report to Congress. We have the first draft of our outline. Can we go to the next slide, please? While we're looking at the outline, there's a couple of questions I'd like for you to consider. One is, we feel like this is in a pretty good spot. We have worked toward what the requirements of the statute are. And our second consideration is that we're looking for anything we've missed, anything we can add to the outline to continue to flesh it out. We're not at the point yet where we're writing, and so if you have thoughts on writing, or if you have maybe some content you'd like to send over, you're very, very welcome to send it in through the RAISE inbox. But for today, what we're looking for is feedback on the framework. If we want to use a metaphor of a house, we're building a house, and so today what we're looking at is the framing. Do we have the doors in the right place? Do we have the windows we need? Does the flow make sense? Is it logical? And those of you who know the statute will recognize that I've rearranged the requirements a little bit. We can talk about that. So I think if Chantal, if you'd like to go ahead and show the report, we can just jump into the discussion.
Okay, the screen will pause for just a brief moment.
All right, can everyone see the report to Congress outline on the screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. So let's see, Chantal, can we open the navigation pane? All right, excellent. So I'll start scrolling down a little bit. The first portion of the document are the acknowledgements. And what we've done is we've put a placeholder here and a note to you all that we're going to write very inclusive acknowledgements, similar in style to Families Caring for an Aging America. And the reason we want to do this is because we have such a diverse group of stakeholders on this council and interested in this council and who have helped pass the legislation at the agencies who are participating in this. And so we want to make sure that all those voices are reflected. One of the themes is that one of the themes of this report, woven throughout it, will be that this report reflects the most diverse body of stakeholders, that we have pulled many, many voices and brought them together for this document. Let's see, is there any way to make this larger, Chantal? If I click this, will it make it larger? There we go, excellent.
Also hide the ribbon, Sarah.
Sarah, that might be as big as it can get with the navigation pane open.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so moving down, the next first of all, any questions or comments on the acknowledgements from the council? All right, so moving down, the next section we have is the letter from Administrator Robertson. And here, you know, he's going to write his own comments, but the points we want to emphasize is the diversity of the council, the breadth of understanding you all bring, and then the information gathering efforts you've undertaken, the RFI listening sessions, all of the guest speakers you've had, how you've responded to those speakers, how those pieces of information coming together have fed into and informed the recommendations that you'll make later. And also in this, we'll sort of hint at some of the recommendations to come. We'll kind of tease those to come. Any thoughts so far? Okay, so in the executive summary, this will include the high-level recommendations, not the full body of the recommendations, but just sort of like maybe the top 3 or a flavor, and then we'll have links that connect down to the recommendations if someone wanted to go directly to those. And we're looking at a shorter executive summary than you see in a lot of documents. We're looking at maybe 500 words to 1,000 words, and we want to very quickly move on to the discussion. So the first section, we have the introduction. And throughout the document, we're going to have caregiver snapshots. And NAC is working on a collection of interviews with caregivers where they're taking a very beautiful photograph or the best beautiful photograph that can be taken during the current situation with COVID, and collecting narratives from individuals. And we're going to pepper those throughout the report. And one of the things we're going to try to do is make sure that the caregiver snapshots that we provide kind of sync to the recommendations you all make. So it's completely at this point TBD what those snapshots are going to be. We expect to receive about 20, and we'll choose 6 or 7 of the best ones to fit into the report. So then in the introduction, what we're doing is we're setting up the document, we're setting up the foundation of our house. We're going to have some statistics, some background, some information on why this is important. Looking at the report, I know some of you have had a chance to look at it in advance. Did anyone have any thoughts on items we've missed or additional information we can include?
Feel free to speak up. I know you're not shy.
Okay, so then what I'll do is I'll move on to the background. This is
Don't go yet. Don't go yet.
Oh,
I have
don't
a
go yet.
question.
All right.
As one begins to paint the picture, and I thought I read it, maybe it's someplace else, but I, in reading, would like to know, so we've got all these people. What do they look like? Who are they? That jumps out at me in the intro. Just a thought.
Okay, so it's like a demographic portrait of
Something,
family caregivers.
you know, whether it's done and I'm not telling you how to set up I'm not the expert, but whether it's through a graphic representation or something. But when I read an intro, I like to know, so let me keep going. Let's see what else is going to be coming. It's
Excellent.
just a thought.
All right, Catherine, thank you so much for that. So something that really paints a portrait of who the caregivers in America are. I think that's great tip. Okay, anyone else?
This is Alan. Can I add to that of saying painting that portrait is important, and somehow also painting that portrait that it is universal. You know, like these caregivers we're talking about aren't concentrated in metropolitan areas, but really to get the buy-in of every congressperson has caregivers in their district. And we've got to start, and I would say we have to start building that case early on, so nobody can put this down and say, this doesn't apply to my district.
This is Lisa, and I agree with what Alan was saying. I think, and even building upon what was said previously, but I think some images, people need to see caregivers look like us. Caregivers are just normal people. And I think helping to put a face or an image or representation into reading all these statistics, because I'm a scientist, okay? So I think they're extremely important, but you know, like after you read a page or two of them, it's like, ugh. So you want to grab people.
Okay.
And I think that might be one way to do it, as well as some of those snapshots that you're talking about, and having, if you can get the licenses, but getting the images of those people who you're interviewing with those quotations, so you can see them and they become real people to you as you're reading this.
And Lisa, we're doing exactly that.
Right.
We're working with the National Alliance for Caregiving on those snapshots and getting photo releases and everything. So it should be pretty real.
And this is Pam. Can I just add,
Mhm.
one of the great things about the RFI results is that we have a gazillion really wonderful quotes from people that should really help to illustrate some of these things.
Right. So to recap, what we're hearing is we want to reflect the universality of caregiving. We want to make sure we have the diversity of the populations, including geographic diversity, financial, ethnic, demographic. Every kind of person is affected by caregiving. I'm thinking of the Rosalind Carter quotation about, at some point, everyone is either a caregiver or receives caregiving. And then we also want to make sure we have some images up front that are to kind of soften the statistical weight of information. Is that correct?
Yeah, Sarah, I just wanted to also add in another comment about the photos that we use. I really appreciate that we want to use photos of real caregivers and care receivers, and would encourage us to not use any stock photos anywhere in the document, not on a cover, not anywhere, because that really diminishes the impact. So just a request.
We didn't have a plan for stock photos, in part because we want this to really be transparent and reflect that these are people. These are real people we're talking about.
Thank you.
in real situations. And so that's a key piece on this. Another interesting sort of piece on the photos is we've made a plan to just include photos of the caregivers and not the recipients. And this is very intentional that this is a report about the caregiving.
And I'm sure you've already thought about this as well, but making sure you have ethnic diversity and lots of diversity represented in all different ways.
Yep. And Alan, I heard you had a concern.
Yeah, just you know, having done this over time and just standing up multiple web platforms, it's actually more difficult than it sounds to get pictures of caregivers that demonstrate caregiving. You know, that demonstrate the role. You know, and my standing joke is anytime people think they put two hands together, it means caregiving. And it's not it. So I hear what you're saying, and just especially if you're not showing the care recipient, and I'm not sure I totally agree with that perspective, that I think it's going to be very hard to communicate that this is about caregiving when you leave the care recipient out. But
yeah, I agree with Alan. I mean, it doesn't have to be, you know, two people standing by each other hugging like a lot of those photos are that we all see. But even if the person's there and turned or blurred in an artistic way, I think there's some really nice ways that can represent, because we also are trying to show for many there's a relationship or a bond.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we will take this on board and take it back. We have some limitations with COVID right now, with the photographers. You know how much exposure we can have, but we will certainly take this on board. It makes sense.
Sarah, this is Rosemary. I would like to recommend that there also be a clear definition of caregiving or caregivers that distinguishes them from professional or paid caregivers as a part of the executive summary and in the introduction.
Okay.
Sarah, this is Rhonda, and this may just kind of be crazy off the wall, but I was struck by the comment that you want to make each of your congresspersons know that these people exist in their constituencies. Have you thought about a heat map? We keep seeing them for COVID.
I was just thinking that when you started talking, I thought, wait a minute, heat map. Okay, great idea. So one of the constraints we're dealing with is that the graphic design will come at the end of this process. And so we will certainly propose that to the designers that this might be the perfect place for a heat map on caregiving. The risk of a heat map is that if some state is relatively cooler, that kind of weakens our argument for the universality. But we'll definitely.
You might do it per population. Make sure you don't do it per number.
All right. I can tell I have a data scientist here. Perfect. Excellent. Okay. Anything else before we move more?
I'm sorry. This is James Cheeley out here in rural Kentucky. I'm pretty cold. I don't know what a heat map is. Would you tell me, please?
It's those maps. You see them a lot of times in newspapers where it's a map of the United States, and then they'll use some sort of color to show how much of something is going on in each state, so the viewer can quickly scan and see, oh, you know, it's evenly distributed, or a lot going on over here, a lot going on over there.
Okay, thank you. I'm thinking more along the lines of the map of the United States with thousands and thousands of little teeny pictures put inside of it of actual people, because that's what people are residents of every district across this country.
That's a very clever idea. Yeah, that's a cool idea. All right.
Like that.
Okay,
I really like that.
I'm good for something out here in Kentucky. Y'all just remember that.
Very nice. Anything else?
Yeah, I'm thinking, mate, this is James Bertha. I was thinking, you know, that first person experience is like, you know, extremely crucial to developing empathy. I was thinking also like about having the perspective from the care recipient about seeing what their family members or loved ones go through as the caregiver, and what that kind of effect that they have on them, like what they see them going through from an outsider perspective.
Wow, that's actually a great great point. Is that something we want to think about for the listening sessions, Greg?
Well, we could explore that. I don't know that we may not be able to do it this go around, but it's certainly something that we can give some thought to. So anyway, we'll make note of that. Thank you, James, because that's a great idea.
And James, at the very least, I would love to have a conversation with you and hear your perspectives and kind of make sure that that is reflected in what we write.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, please. I would love to.
Okay.
I think having a care recipient's perspective for a lot of the things that we talked about is crucial because at the end, like they're the gatekeepers to getting the, people like from like who are giving out like help support to getting getting the caregivers involved.
Right. Yeah. I think so. First of all, expect me to give you a call. And second, I think what I'm hearing is that, when we started this conversation, I mentioned that we've got this very diverse stakeholder body. What you've brought to my attention is that it's far more expansive and diverse than even I'd recognized. And so our challenge, I think, in writing this as a group is going to be to make sure we bring all these voices together and that we reflect each group accurately and appropriately. And that's going to involve a lot of rounds of review. And so I think we're going to have to just sort of own the fact that this is going to take a while. This is going to be a significant body of work, and it'll take a while.
Absolutely.
Great.
Yeah, please reach out and definitely also include low-income caregivers.
Okay. Yes, definitely. I certainly will. Anyone else?
I just had a question where your photographer is based, because we might be able to get some willing participants from the listening sessions who would welcome someone to come and do a photo shoot.
Eileen, can I follow up with you on that? Because I'm
Okay.
not exactly sure where.
Okay.
I assume it's Washington, but I don't know.
Okay.
We shall.
And I have some photos of my own of caregiving situations, if that's helpful. If
Okay.
you want to cut
Very
costs.
Nice.
This is Rosemary. Just quickly, I saw something on YouTube where some photographers are able to set up remote photo shoots and guide individuals on posing for pictures. So that may be an opportunity.
Okay.
Cool.
Very cool. All right. Excellent. Lots of great ideas here. I love this.
Yeah.
All right. So if you guys are cool, we'll move on to background. Okay. So background, and thank you, Chantal. If you could just click there, that would be so great. So background is like our history of the council within the report. And this is really important. This is a really important section because we want to lay out how the statute came to be, how the council came to be formed, the incredibly broad interest there was in the council. There were a lot of applicants and nominations, and how you were selected, who you are, and then the work you've done, all the preliminary work, the meetings, the collaboration so far. And so this portion is kind of, like I say, like it's a little drier. It's the history of the council, and it's likely to be referred back to by others at a later time. I've tried to include everything we've got cooking right now, and we can certainly add more to it. But does anyone have any initial responses or feedbacks or anything we need to make sure to add to this outline so that we get our framing right?
Just a possible suggestion. I've
Yes.
been part of other groups that in this part of, in talking about the committee, given a chance to make a statement about why this is personally important to them, or why, if it's a family connection, professional, whatever, but it to be a very less about credentials or a mixture of credentials plus at least the opportunity to write a personal statement. Some people like that, some don't. I'm just throwing it out as something to consider.
Well, I had actually been thinking that we should use one of our appendices for some sort of profiles of the council or voices of the council, or council perspectives. So I'd love to hear from others. Would this be something you'd all be interested in participating in?
I think this is Lisa, and this is the kind of thing I mean, I see what you're saying from doing an appendix, which would be, you know, Dr. Alan Stevens, blah, 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 and how, you know, famous he is and all that stuff. We're friends. That's why I'm picking on him. But I think it would be nice if maybe if some people would be willing to give a quote or why does this matter to me? Why is this my passion? And then those could be kind of little pullouts that could be used with your graphic designers throughout the document.
And we had actually done that in the first meeting last August. If you all recall, when you went around and introduced yourself, I think one of the questions that you were asked to respond to in your introduction was, why is this important to me? Or something, your connection to caregiving and its importance. And so we have all of that information that we could begin building off of. And I think it's a really cool idea.
I do too. And I also would just add in, Greg, I was thinking about that first meeting that we had in person. And as we were wrapping up that meeting, we also were just making sure that we were giving voice to things that we thought may have been missed in the conversation. And there were a lot of really great nuggets of pieces of information that were shared in that conversation too. So yeah, I was just thinking maybe that first session, if some of what you've just described as why we were involved in it and why we showed up, and then that closing piece where we talked about things that we wanted to make sure did not get missed. There was just a lot of really rich examples of, I think, the depth and the breadth of everything we've been working on.
And we have all of that information. It's recorded and written down, and we can I think my folks here can definitely go back through that and pull some of those nuggets out, because that would be really good information to have. It's a great idea.
Okay, nice. So what I'm hearing again is this tapestry we're weaving. It's becoming more complex, and as it becomes more complex, we tell a truer story about the diversity and complexity of caregiving. So we're going to have the voices of the council, in addition to snapshots and photos and our stakeholder engagement, plus the works you've commissioned, the research papers, and that are going to be woven in here. So this is nice coming together. Other thoughts on the background? Okay. So then we'll move on to the summary of challenges. Chantal, I'll let you do that. Okay, so the summary of challenges corresponds in the statute to 2C, identification of challenges faced by family caregivers, including financial health and other challenges. We tried to be a little more expansive in this and really open up all of the challenges that we're aware of, not just financial health and other challenges. And so we've also added a bullet for the existing research. What's going on? What's our understanding? And the idea behind this section is this is what we might call the landscape of the current best knowledge available of the challenges of caregiving, what it means, how it affects families, why it's hard, why this council has to exist, and why these recommendations to come are needed. Does anyone have any thoughts or additional feedback they'd like to offer on this section? All right, so then one of the things I'd like to ask of you is, you know, as you're going about your lives, sometimes once an idea has been introduced and things have time to percolate, you might start to have words or sentences in your head, or, oh my gosh, we need to make sure to say this, or we need to make sure to say that. Feel free, 100% free, to open an email, address it to the RAISE Act email address, and just type, just riff on your thoughts on what needs to be included. I promise you we will look at and read and try to integrate everything we can, because we want this to be your work. And it's my job to bring it together into a coherent narrative.
This is Rosemary. Under the next line, understanding the impact around the summary of challenges. is it possible to highlight a case study, an individual caregiver over a period, a decade of being a caregiver and looking at the challenges based on the care recipient's needs and the just natural course of life for the caregiver?
I think that could be very powerful. Do you have any suggestions on how we would choose one that is representative of such a diverse field?
Could it potentially come from the focus groups, someone that they thought had a very interesting story that they would like to possibly develop?
I think that sounds very promising.
I think it could come from either that or perhaps some of the input that we got in response to the RFI was incredibly detailed and rich from some of the caregivers that responded. There may actually be a story that we could pull out of that, and we would be able to go back to that person, I believe, and ask for a bit more depth.
We could do an interview or
possibly,
you know, something like that. Absolutely, yeah. And then the other content that's going to be in here is when we receive the reports on the RFI and the listening sessions, we will heavily quote from and paraphrase those. And our plan in presenting these works that we've commissioned is to be very transparent. And so we're going to say we recognized a need for an RFI, and the RFI happened, and here's how many people responded, and here's what it looked like, and and the report said such and such and such. And then the council asked the following questions and had the following responses. So we want to take very much a journalistic approach to telling the story of the work you commissioned and how you received the work you commissioned, so that the reader kind of travels with you on this journey to those recommendations that you landed at after what will essentially be a couple of years of work.
Then Sarah,
Hi,
this is
Alan.
Wendy. You'll also, from the National Alliance for Caregiving, you'll have 20 stories and photos. And so one of those might have that arc that might work well. So that's also
true.
something to keep in mind.
That's a great point. Yes. So we'll cull through at some point then and try and find, and maybe we could present you all with a couple of options for the, you know, what's going to be our caregiver, you know, standard story.
Hi, so this is Alan, and I do believe there's always certainly a place for these personal stories and connectivity. But can I suggest that, especially early on in the document, we emphasize that what we're reporting now is a snapshot, a cross-sectional view, and then link it to the demographic data that we know about what's coming in terms of the need for caregiving. So I think we have to build our case very early on that this is what we know now. We see problems. And if you look at the future, these things are expected to get dramatically more concerning to our society and every part of our society. So happy for the individual stories, but we cannot lose track of the demographics that we need to keep a lightning focus on.
Hi, this
So
is
I think,
Liliana.
Go ahead.
Hi, this is Lily. I wanted to say that I think it's important that we recognize somewhere that as much as we're trying to fully address all of the different types of caregiving populations, that we might be like excluding or missing some folks, or that there might not be enough data for a true snapshot. Like when we think of the caregivers taking care of children with special needs, you know, we're not going to be able to have all the different types of special needs or disabilities represented in our focus groups. So I want to be cognizant that we're letting people know that we're trying to be as providing a summary, but we might not capture everything. And I think when we talk about challenges, it would be great to have a graphic that really gives a story, and maybe not just one, but a few, that kind of talks about that care coordination, that it's more about not just healthcare, but how a caregiver is interacting with multiple systems, whether for children, for parents of children, it could be interacting with schools, interacting with the child welfare agency, with different government agencies. And we can really talk through how a caregiver, all of the different offices and programs that this caregiver has to interact with, and why it's so difficult for them to understand eligibility and requirements and rules from all these different programs. And I think we could create a nice graphic that really highlights that based on the feedback from the listening sessions and some of the research that you'll be referencing.
I think that sounds like a great idea. Yeah. It's, go ahead.
Rosemary, one more comment, and also presenting this as this requires a federal, it requires federal attention, that it can't be transferred to the states, because each state operates very differently on their approach to the services that they provide and they don't provide. But it needs to have a federal, this needs to be a federal initiative and a drive for universal approach to caregiving and solving some of these problems.
I think it's an important distinction, and I think, you know, so we have the strategy is meant to be a national strategy, which looks at everything from federal, state, local, and other sectors. So I think we have to it may be necessary to point out the distinction between what is federal and the importance of federal leadership on this, but the importance of a national approach, that it can't fall just to the feds and it can't fall to just communities or the private sector, that it's that involvement of, you know, what we consider the national focus.
Thank you, Greg. That's actually what I meant, national.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay,
Okay, any more thoughts on the summary of the challenges and our collection of information and stories that we've conducted thus far, and how we're going to present that?
Hey, Sarah,
Nancy, I lost my video and audio for a little bit there. Two other things that I think I know are impacting families. One is, for a lot of services, even though people are eligible for services, there are huge waiting lists, especially in the world of intellectual disabilities. And the other thing is, again, even if a person is eligible for services, sometimes accessing services are very difficult, and that there is a crisis when it comes to direct support professionals, and the fact that we're having a crisis with recruiting and training, you know, helpers that could be coming in to help family caregivers.
Right, and I think that's all valid and very well reflected in the RFI and the Medicare presentation, and then also, of course, the listening sessions, and that will be stated several times.
Good.
Sarah, this is Rhonda, and one of the things I think is important is we talk about the diversity, but I think I don't know how to put this, for folks to realize that caregiving isn't sort of a limited time period for many people. This is a long process, and so there's no one-shot fix, because you have to keep fixing as things go. So really understanding that duration, which can be short but often is very long, and the changing needs of that single person.
Yeah, I mean, that takes me back to Greg's comment during the last meeting that we're not going to cure caregiving, and that you're absolutely right. It's a journey, and it changes over time for both the caregiver and the recipient.
And a need that's relevant today may be completely off the map tomorrow because something else cropped up and your situation is different. So yeah, it's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else? All right, so we'll move on to the evaluation section. Chantal, if you could scroll down to, there you go, evaluation. So the evaluation that corresponds to a request in the statute to an evaluation of how family caregiving impacts Medicare and Medicaid and other federal programs. And so today you had presentations on the Medicare and the Medicaid. And our current plan, as I said, is to outline the history of the presentations you had, what those presentations had to say, your responses and questions, and then offer more discussion, a little bit more discussion. As you're digesting what you learned today and kind of thinking about this section, does anything come to mind that we're missing? I mean, keep in mind that the text that I put in here, I think I did it 3 weeks ago, and we learned a lot today. But anything come to mind as you're all thinking?
I was thinking about this earlier, and this language has always been a little bit difficult for me to understand about evaluation of how family caregiving impacts Medicare, Medicaid. To me, it should be reversed. It should be how these programs are impacting family caregivers. It's not like family caregivers are out there consciously thinking, how am I going to mess with Medicare? But anyway, with that said, and with the presentation that we heard about Washington State, I would hope that we would have some opportunities here to really get into some true financial impact analysis, and if at all possible, locate data that gives a direct connection to how caregivers either act as a force of savings or the lack of a caregiver, an exaggeration of expenditures for programs. And I had one, and I know that's a very broad idea, but I had just one specific idea here I wanted to bring up, maybe communicate it. In the community-based care transitions program that ACL and others were so involved with, Greg, and you helped stand that up early on. I wondered if there was any data coming from that program that indicated that availability, or what were the predictors of success in reducing a readmission. And, my hope is the availability of a family caregiver was a predictor of reduced 30-day readmissions within that program. So if we could find that kind of data, an existing federal program that was lightning focused on something we know to be an expenditure that people care about, that people understand, and link caregiving to it, would be to me a good case study. And that's the only one I could come up with off the top of my head today, but there may be others.
Yeah, I mean, you
might be able, with the healthy people goal, there's a healthy people objective with preventable hospitalizations. It'll be in 2030, and maybe even something like that, because especially with dementia, and I know that we're not all about dementia, but when people have challenges managing their chronic health conditions such as diabetes, etc., those could be preventable hospitalizations if those conditions were managed effectively. But no, I think Alan's right on here. And I think also coming from a science lens, when we hear evaluation, we're thinking formal evaluation, which is a whole science. So I would get that word entirely out of that bullet.
Yeah, I mean, that's the word evaluation is what's used in the statute, but
I know, but they don't know science.
I totally agree. And so this is more about to me, it would be, this section is more about a discussion of the interplay of caregiving, family caregiving, Medicare, Medicaid, you know, what's the impact, the impacts of one on
Mhm.
another. You know, it's not an evaluation.
Yeah, no, exactly.
We
And
don't
I
have
think
the
I would,
years to do that.
right. Because if we put out a report using their incorrect language, it makes us sound incorrect.
Exactly.
And I wouldn't do that. And it won't
Yeah.
get through HHS clearance with that either.
Exactly. So no, we have to, we're using statutory language here, but we realize we're going to have to,
Be
it's going to have
scientifically
to
correct.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Greg,
And also, I know it's I wonder if there's data that could come out of the multitude of VA caregiving initiatives and programs, particularly the Veterans Directive program that is focused very tightly. You know, Greg, y'all were involved in that too, as a good, with showing that these things were successful because there was a family caregiver.
Greg, I wanted to say that Washington Data, their research team, did look at the financial impact on Medicaid of their program. And it looked at not just nursing home placement, it looked at the use of all of their long-term care services in the Medicaid program. And they have that data.
So what we potentially could do is something like a state case study, that we would be able to speak to the experience of one state and show the savings and the impact, not necessarily being able to generalize it now, but it could sort of, I guess, maybe demonstrate a picture of what could be possible.
Right, and as B said, I know that they're also, I mean, they've looked at the Medicaid, but their goal has been to also look at the Medicare. I don't know where they are on that, but they have a good.
And my guess is New York probably has data too with their evaluation, the New York State that they have done. And I know their evaluation of the preliminary results that I heard were very promising.
Okay, all right.
In the way we would want to demonstrate things here.
Sure. And we also understand too that this section, we recognize that there's inconsistent and in many cases missing data that would be able to tell us the story of caregiving and Medicaid and Medicare. And I think part of what we can do here is build the case for why we need better data in this area to be able to show this, you know, and that may be another opportunity that we have.
Greg,
I agree, because I think.
Oh, and I think that could link back to what I was talking about earlier when B was presenting, because this was the section I was thinking of on the report when I was making those comments about some of the cost data for the actual caregivers, not necessarily just looking at the care recipients. So I think that having a case study would help to highlight what this evaluation, Lisa, I know that's not what we're doing, looks like. But I think it can also help to give a picture, again, back to making it, what's the human impact? And this is highlighting what a state is doing and the impact on depression, on anxiety, on being able to access resources for caregivers could be a really great place to highlight that here too.
Okay.
Yeah,
this is Rosemary.
Greg, one more thing. TCARE is currently in a pilot program with Cigna in Texas and Tennessee that is looking at the impact on readmissions, and that data should be available before the end of the year.
Okay, all right. That would be, you know, in that the availability of that data is kind of in line with, you know, our preparation of this report. So that may be something we could turn to depending on timing.
Okay.
This is Rosemary. Are we missing the population that, one, are not eligible for Medicaid or Medicare, and they don't receive any federal support from programs due to economic, due to their income? So that's a large population of caregivers that are impacted and possibly impacted in an adverse way.
Right. I mean, there are many, there are many family caregivers who, you know, what you're saying, if I'm hearing you correctly, is that they may not necessarily qualify for supports and services based on income?
Due to income.
Right. I mean, now that wouldn't be the case for the National Family Caregiver Support Program because they're not income tests for that program. However, that program is relatively small, and so it wouldn't be able to meet the needs of every family caregiver that's out there, regardless of their income. And so that's one of those, I think, one of those intersections between caregiving and other federal programs. You know, they're smaller and they're not funded enough to provide supportive services to all caregivers, yet everyone could technically qualify for them.
Okay. To Rosemary's point, I'm thinking of Medicare eligibility that happens during incarceration and not being able to sign up for it forfeits your access to Medicare. And so when post-incarceration, re-entry into the general population, then you don't have your benefits. Right. Your family has a loss, and that is an issue. So there's a bunch of different groups of people that fit into that exact category that you were just describing, Rosemary. I'm glad you mentioned it.
Okay, we are coming up on 4:30, which was where we were supposed to end our meeting, but we want to try to get through the rest of this outline to at least elicit your feedback so that we can have as good of an understanding of where you think we are with this so that we can begin writing into this outline. So let's move ahead and then we'll close out.
Okay, so move to the inventory section, and do keep in mind that this is the framework for a future draft, and we've planned several drafts, so there'll be plenty of opportunities to provide specific feedback on words and ideas that you want to be included. The inventory section, as I think you heard today, is largely underway. Laurel Traylor is working on gathering the information, and I believe she's heard back from every agency, and she and we are planning to write a little sort of a mini narrative for each agency rather than presented in a table, because we've received such a variety of types of information, and it's not apples to apples. It doesn't line up even, Stephen. And so what we're going to do is just use good old-fashioned storytelling here to show the programs, and we'll include hyperlinks to the programs and discussion, as much as discussion as we can, and you'll all have an opportunity to look at that. I think this part is pretty self-explanatory. Anyone have any thoughts? And let me just ask real quick, before you speak, would you be so kind as to say your name so that we can capture who's offering what feedback?
This is Alan again, and I just want to make a comment here, but we don't have
I'm sorry, could I interrupt a second? I apologize. This is Beverly Early, your captioner, and I have almost a hard stop at 4:30 because I'm doing a performance on the West Coast. Do you know how much longer you're going to go?
Probably another 10 to 15 tops.
Okay, if I will cut off at 15 minutes, and I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I just have to, I have a will call time.
Sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Alan.
That I think this section seems tricky to me, and so I'm going to just say what my concern is, and we don't have to resolve it today. This is, of course, critically important, mandated that this inventory do this. How do we do this in a way that gives appropriate credit for the good work that's been done, but also I think we will all come to an agreement that this is not enough. This is not sufficient to meet the needs. Or do we come to a conclusion that some programs are and others are not? Just being not represented in any of these groups, it starts to make me uncomfortable of how do we handle this in a fair way, but not in a way that it gives an excuse not to have further action.
Right. And I think you probably expressed the concerns of many of the federal members of this panel.
Yes, I second that, yes.
Right.
So I'm going to turn it up. So I'm glad y'all know how to fix it, because I just wanted to talk about it.
Yeah, no, this is something that we are definitely looking at, and we are struggling with it because we can't characterize things as overly rosy or sugarcoat things, but we also again, the use of the word assessment in this is tricky because assess means to sort of pick apart and understand, and I don't know that that is truly possible, or that we can get to the fullest meaning of that, at least in this go around. I think we can look for opportunities. We can certainly describe the depth and breadth of each agency's work in the caregiving space. We can perhaps in some cases look at the amount of resources that a particular agency has or devotes to this. It's easier for some than it is for others. We can look for opportunities or areas where we can talk about existing collaborations and look for opportunities to collaborate further and highlight that. I think there is a way to frame this in a way that demonstrates the opportunities that are out, the good work that we're doing, the opportunities to do more and better. But I, defer to my federal partners as well, because it's going to be tricky for a lot of us.
Greg, I would be deferring to one of the Jameses who offered such great advice in how to capture this information. Yeah. So James G and James Murphy, I'd like to hear what you all have to say and how to convey those types of ideas. I think you're right on though, Ellen. You're right on. We're feeling it.
And I think Sarah described it well in that it should kind of be a narrative. I see this as more of an objective section. And when they say assessment, I don't think they're asking for an assessment of whether we think these programs are good or bad, rather an assessment of what exists and to basically document it. That's the way I saw this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. This is Bruce. I agree. I think it depends on the narrative of the report as a whole. Because I think by the time we get to this stage in the report, we should have fairly clearly laid out, I think we've talked about this, the gap between what we think is possible and desirable and what we have now. And so in that context, what we've got available through federal programs is important to understand. That's part of what we have now. But we should have already identified that that's inadequate compared to what we think is possible and mm-hmm. desirable, so that it's an assessment of it's that context, right? Here's what we're doing now, and it's not enough. Mm-hmm. That lays the groundwork for thinking about what we can do next to meet what's possible and desirable.
And maybe even identify, this is Lisa, some potential collaborations
mm-hmm.
With different groups or organizations mm-hmm. that we've done with NAPA as well.
Sure. And this all can then feed into the recommendations for what the federal agencies can do. And that becomes, specific actions that the federal folks can take that become part of the national strategy.
That's why I was saying earlier, I think to me, this might not be the right word, but the denominator here should mm-hmm. be all of what you're doing, with the denominator being the magnitude of need. That's why I think it's up to the council to make our responsibility to do a good job of delineating what's needed, what the risks are. And mm-hmm. then when we get to this point, I think it would give us a better foundation of these are good, but the need is greater.
Right, and part of the consideration will be what are the programs we build into? So we heard a good conversation today about Medicare and the potential of building into Medicare enhancement of services that would be part of meeting that need. So mm-hmm. what are the existing federal programs that we can build into? And then where are we just missing? Where is there a total gap? There's not where is the opportunity to add? So I think mm-hmm. that's been part of why that assessment is so important. Mm-hmm. It sets the stage for action.
I would also say not just where are the existing programs, but where are there existing programs with the quality of evidence that would be required for CMS to make changes. And so there needs to be evidence. They have a standard, and do we have those quality indicators with the different programs that are existing?
Mm-hmm. Hi, it's James Shealy. Can I add a thought here?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sarah talked about building this report as like you'd build a house. She talked about the footers, the foundation, the walls, the floors, the windows, the doors, the roof, the insulation, the landscape, the decor, and what a great house she got. And we're at the point now where we're looking at some great houses that are out there. But I'm going to tell you, the storm's coming.
Mm-hmm.
In many situations, it's already here. It's here in ways that you can see it, you can feel it, but it's also hidden in those termites and earthquakes and just pure shoddy workmanship in some places, or your gutters got clogged, or, man, I just want a new coat of paint because I'm tired of blue. It's I know something about building houses.
No,
I told you, listen to what James Shealy has to say. I think that's exactly, a great point. And your house, your summer house might not do so well in the winter.
But it's coming, folks. Alan talks about the fact that we're in it now. It's going to change and it's going to get worse.
Right.
And we're not addressing what has been built. We got to address what needs to be built. And, some of it is you just can't get up the steps anymore. The accessibility is not there. But there's so many things about house building that you can put inside this report in subtle ways. You just keep building that house, Sarah.
Yeah. And one thing, what I want to tell our federal partners on this is that you all have provided us with a great deal of information about what each one of your agencies has going on. We are going to be writing this part very, very collaboratively with each of you. This is not something that we're going to spring on you and say, see what we did and hope you're good with it. This will have to be a definite back and forth to make sure that we get this exactly right, and that we point out the opportunities to do better in constructive ways, because otherwise this would never get out of clearance. And we recognize that. So this will be a very iterative, collaborative process, the writing of this portion of the report. So I want to keep us moving because I know we do have to sign off, and I've got a couple things I want to go over with you before we close.
Sure thing. So let me wrap up quickly with the recommendations section. Chantal, can you show one of the tables just so it's visual? There we go. There we go. Perfect. So we don't have any content in here, so it won't take me long to explain this, but I just want to present to you really quickly how we're thinking of structuring each recommendation. And I actually think this little table format might have drifted and evolved since we put it together, but essentially what we want to do for each recommendation, because there's such a variety of information, we want to find a way to visually bucket it so that it's easy to see, which purpose, which goal, and then in later iterations, we beneath it, for example, in the strategy, this table would be more complex and it would have like which parties could be responsible and the windows of time. So just sort of a placeholder for future iterations that this is how we're thinking of visually organizing the recommendations. And I know we're very much out of time, but this has been such a robust discussion, and my goodness, what great ideas I'm hearing. I really want to encourage you all to take time to just write in, send in your thoughts. Please feel free to take your copy of the outline and redline it, go crazy. I can do a document compare 15 ways, and we will make sure to, we'll build this house together. And with that, I'll hand it back to you, Greg.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for sticking with this. We just felt that this was an absolutely critical element of our work to get in front of you to show you where we're at. And so I would like to echo Sarah's request that if you have not had a chance to weigh in, or you just didn't want to do so in a public forum like this, members of the council, If you want to offer suggestions on fine tuning this outline, we're starting to write sections of the report now. But if you have additional thoughts on tweaks to the outline, content, what have you, please email us again at the Raise mailbox. We're trying to centralize all of our communication so that we can keep track of it. I would say by midweek next week, close of business on Wednesday, if you have anything additional that you want to suggest for the report outline, please send it to the Raise mailbox, and we will incorporate it as we can and where it's most appropriate. Any final questions or thoughts before we wrap up here? And I just have a couple of things I want to share with you from anybody. Okay. So first of all, just thank you all for this. This was such a great, productive meeting. I think we've gotten a lot of great ideas, and we're going to keep on moving forward. The NASHP team and I were thinking about August and the opportunities that we have to make some further advancements in our work. And we know that we currently have subcommittee meetings scheduled for either August 11th, 12th, or 13th. But we would like to see if you're willing to do another full council meeting like this for one afternoon in August on either the 11th, the 12th, or the 13th. And we have a poll that we could put up, again, just for the council members. If you've had a chance to look at your calendars, is there a date, any of them would, if all of these work for you, select all, if only one is better. But what we want to do is a sort of a split format meeting for August. We know we have to get the issues of workforce in front of the council. And so we are planning to bring a speaker that can talk to you all about workforce and employment considerations for family caregivers. We also know that we have to tie our work where it's appropriate to what has already happened with the National Alzheimer's Project, the NAPA Council, and the NAPA Plan. And so we're thinking about having some discussion around what are the logical connection points between the National Caregiving Strategy and the National Alzheimer's Plan. That would be sort of the group discussion for that meeting. And then the second half of the meeting, we would break you into your subcommittees, and we can do that via Zoom. And Cheryl on my staff is just dying to use the breakout session of Zoom to try with you guys. And what we would do is ahead of that meeting, we would provide you with the drafts of the recommendations that we have. You saw the template for the recommendations at the end of the report. Wendy and I have actually taken the driver diagram that you all have worked on and have begun to flesh out our initial take at recommendations and some strategies. And so we are, what we would do in part of that meeting in your subcommittees is we would have you workshop those recommendations. So that is what we're thinking of for that meeting. So I see that we have potential.
Well, we have Greg, this is Lisa McGuire.
Yes,
so
yeah.
on August 13th in the afternoon is
Mhm.
the rescheduled NIA Care and Services Summit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's their third day of that summit that was rescheduled is on the 13th in the afternoon.
Okay.
So I know and I'm sure many others are going to want
everyone.
I would say everybody on this group, this is something we all care about. So
okay. So are you saying that so that is it
13th
only on the
is out based on that?
Okay, but
so maybe if you could do your poll again and get the 13th off and see.
Okay. Can we clear that and then just eliminate the 13th and we'll see what happens?
Can I just forward a link to everyone so they can register? You have to register to attend this, and we really welcome you.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can register last minute too, because I did.
Okay.
And there's also one on July 21 for those who are interested. It's important.
Okay. Because it looked like we had fairly likely to fairly robust attendance for the 11th. Which I think is a Tuesday. So that may be, are we going to put up the poll again? Let's see.
Yes, just stand by 1 second. I'm going
Okay.
to remove
All
it.
right, and we'll just have you guys vote again, and then what we can do based on this, and if it is the 11th, we're just going to go ahead and lock that day in and start planning towards that. But it would again be from 12:30 to 4:30, and we're going to, in that meeting, I think will be kind of exciting because we are going to give you some exercises to workshop on the recommendations, because those will need to be dropped into the report, and we'll have exercises and homework, as I like to call it, for you all to do. So, so while Cheryl's getting the poll redone, just know that the work on the federal inventory will continue, and for our federal partners, what we may wind up doing is pulling you all together as a group to discuss the initial drafts that we have. But in the meantime, Laurel Traylor, our Health and Aging Policy Fellow, will be reaching out to you individually if she has questions as she's doing her write-up. And then we're actually, like I said, starting to work on the report. We've been gathering a ton of material. Our work with our partners at NASHP are yielding a lot of really good information that will be ultimately part of the report. And then we'll begin workshopping the report in sections with the members of the council. So you'll have, but again, if you all have sections or sentences and things that you want to riff on, like Sarah said, please, 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 we welcome that. We want this to be reflective of your voices as well as the voices of caregivers all over the country. So Cheryl, do we have that poll ready?
Sure.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
You work
That's
well
okay.
under pressure.
Greg, can you clarify? So what we're aiming for are two sessions, perhaps the 11th and the 12th, and both of them like today, or?
No, we're just looking for one session on either the 11th or the 12th that would be like today. So it would be 1 4-hour session like this, but it would be divided in two. So
and the ones that are currently scheduled for the 12th and 13th would go away.
Would go right. We wouldn't do subcommittees. We would just do this one meeting in August.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
So please select based on your calendars and what you all know, either the 11th or the 12th. And once we see the results, we will then lock in that date, and then our work will begin all over again to get us ready for that.
Okay, the votes are coming in. We're still
All
waiting
right.
on a couple of people.
And this.
It's neck and neck, almost finished. Do we have
exciting.
a tiebreaker?
So exciting.
Okay. No tiebreaker.
No. Oh, well. Okay, so it looks like we're pretty evenly split.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, so what I'll do, so it'll either be, if you all could hold the 11th and 12th on your calendars from 12:30 to 4:30, I will look at Lance's calendar and see what his availability is to convene, and we'll base it on that. So with that, are there any final questions or thoughts? Because we've gone over time, but we certainly appreciate this. This was incredibly productive. So, all right, with that, we will go ahead and we'll send out a notice once we know what Lance's availability. I'm honestly leaning towards the 11th because I know he's available that day. But we'll get something out very quickly to you guys. So with that, we will sign off, and I say thank you all very much. Stay safe out there, and we will be in touch.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye.
everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Aloha.
Bye.
Thank you very much. That concludes this meeting. Everyone have a great day.